Buenos días, les solicitamos tomar ubicación para...
Good morning. We would thank you all to be seated so we can start today's session. Thank you. Good morning, Madam Ministers, delegates. It's now our turn to introduce Maria Inés Castillo, the Minister of Social Affairs, Officer of the Division of Gender from Panama, and she will introduce the first panel, which is Financing Care Systems. Good morning, Mrs. Chair, presiding officers, ministers and authorities from the region, technical teams, special guests, civil society, friends. Before starting, I would like to thank ECLAC at UN Women for this invitation, for allowing me to moderate this space as the Minister for Social Development of Panama and as chair of the OAS representing Panama, and also as a feminist woman convinced of the fact that only by investing in women will we be able to transform the world. And since Tuesday, we've all here having met, talking, exchanging with different exchanges about the centrality of care and how to find a way to include them in the public agenda as a necessary step to reach out and to arrive at a more inclusive and egalitarian society. We're aware that the construction of integral care systems, which is an ongoing process, will generate positive effects socially and economically, because besides the progress regarding the managing to reach the equality and the economic financial autonomy of women, this is a very important contribution regarding the welfare, representing a key dynamizing sector for a transformation with sustainability and equality. Now, regarding the construction of equal care systems and the funding of this, we all have to face the financing aspect in a context with a greater inflation, a lower economic growth than forecasted, and a significant increase of debt generate a lot of pressure on public funding and the restrictions of fiscal policy. And that is why the approach to this challenge needs to be a core issue for these politics and be addressed right from the beginning of planning. Precisely because of all this, we will be using this session to discuss and analyze with the different stakeholders possible financing means which will allow the feasibility and sustainability of care policies that we really want for our countries. This is how we will go. First, we will hear the presentation of the document Financing Care Systems and Politics, Care Politics in Latin America and the Caribbean, Contributions for a Sustainable Recovery with Gender Equality, drafted by UN Women and ECLAC. This presentation will be done by Lucia Escudo, Senior of Social Affairs Officer of the Division for Gender Affairs of ECLAC, and Cecilia Lemani, Deputy Regional Director for the Americas and the Caribbean and of UN Women and an interim representative in Argentina. And we would like her to take the floor. Thank you very much, Minister. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to the representatives of the official delegations of the member states, to the panelists with us today. For us today, it's a pleasure to share with you this document. It's a document that it's not only pertinent when you think of the issues addressed, the funding of care policies, it's also good to call upon the joint work of both agency. I'm going to leave protocol aside, and I would like to tell you it was very nice to work on this. We really enjoyed it. Technically, we really enjoyed it, and today we would like to offer it as the beginning of our debates to exchange opinions on the different financing means of integral care systems in our region. In the first place, we want to share with you this timeline which shows both regionally and how this gender agenda was put together, and how ever since 1977 there have been milestones and different arrangements agreed on by the governments on the financing, budgeting, the importance of having in one's planning and in national budgets and subnational budgets the policies for care policies that need to be integral and present. Let me tell you, the Mar del Plata Action Plan in 1994, that was 28 years ago in Mar del Plata, all the countries of the region had met here in this very country, and they were negotiating and thinking over this regional action plan precisely, which would subsequently put into practice and would be the the space previous to Beijing. And this is a very important milestone for our region. This is 28 years afterwards. And after that, a whole lot of consensus and commitments were achieved. And this is 2022 today. This is the 15th conference. And our aspirations are to reach another commitment, a powerful one, a strong one regarding finance and care policies. I'm going to ask Cecilia Lemani to take the floor, and then I'll come back with the same issue. Thank you, Lucia. Let me have the pointer, please. Thank you. Indeed, here with all our colleagues, the ministers, and of course, the fact that I'm here in Argentina. And thank you, Lucia, for moderating this roundtable. But let's go straight in. Let's cut to the chase. Though we've said a lot has been said these days regarding the position paper that the executive secretary put forward, and I think all notions have been taken care of and really pertinent for this discussion. We need to look again into what are integral care systems and what do we mean by integral care systems. In short, we're talking about the set of policies which systemically and interinstitutionally make progress and help put together this new social organization of care with the purpose of caring, assisting, and supporting care work, as well as recognizing and redistribute. You know, the 3 Rs that we've heard so much about these 3 days and reduce from a human right perspective, gender equality, intersectional and intercultural. This adds up to the significance. Here we have agencies in the UN Parliamentary Forum that debated at the beginning of the week, and this sees 3 levels, because very often we go to the lowest level, and these are the programs. That's the floor, right? And then we start going up regarding the complexity, the integral nature of these care policies, the time forward of these care systems, the consolidation of these programs. We have programs in most countries of the region. They're different kind of programs, implementing services, which in one way or another are focused, trying to review or respond to the rights of some part of the population, of vulnerable groups, something specific. The first instance is what we mostly call in the region in a situation of poverty, vulnerability, or marginality. But sometimes we have programs focused on the elderly or disability, but they're not really that extended. This is a debt we have, and the supply, the offer, is mostly private sector. As we move on when we reach to less mature institutional levels on our way towards care systems, we start incorporating all these populations in a universal point of view, which necessarily has to be implemented progressively and which uses a governance model in this interinstitutional articulation. The joint work with ECLAC has identified that at least five central components are needed, which are these that we say here in the overhead. First, we need the creation and expansion or extension of services from the perspective of rights and gender. This is the institutional articulation process. Then we have the second component, fundamental as it is, and this is that these services are put together and the working conditions need to be regulated. And this offer, which is so segmented and cares for only some groups of the population needing care, needs to extend the coverage and provide quality access. In short, this takes up all sorts of caregiving, home caregiving, institutional daily care or residential daily care, distance caregiving. In general, it can imply subsidies for payments and co-responsibility initiatives associated with the time policies through permits and licenses. And there's not that many in the region trying to prevent, anticipate, and shorten or make less these situations by preventing them, as well as early advancement or say early childhood stimulation progress. We don't find too many of them, but we do have them in the region. The third component is the training of care workers, which of course this goes hand in hand with regulation. And here we have the ILO, absolutely. They're going to help us to deepen these features, not just regulating private and public services for the working conditions of the people caregiving. I mean, need to be formal, right, and a decent work, but they need to go supported with certain certification of their qualifications, which allow for validating certifications. This means that the services will be quality services and that the people will have a career, the people that are caregiving. Not that the people that have caregiven without certification will be left out. Not all of them. I've been working with the ILO and the PAMI, that's the Argentine agency, making progress regarding caregivers. But these people help because if these caregiving systems are funded, this new labor force, the people joining the caregiving industry, needs to be trained and certified in their works and careers, allowing them to get better working conditions in this sector, this productive and reproductive sector, as we should call it. The fourth component is the information and knowledge management, focusing fundamentally on proper data compilation, broken down correctly, and this has to be done in such a way allowing for progress to be made regarding the changes. And this is the component to promote this cultural change, not just thinking of the people that are caregivers or the employers of caregivers, but also the society at large, so that we break this cultural pattern, saying better care at home than moving into the system or seeking for that institutionalized supply, which we know has a lot of benefits. Obviously, this unfair, not sustainable organization of care makes us think, why should we invest in these policy and systems? Why? We've been hearing the why word ever since the conference started. There's a political will of making it the center of the conference, I think is the answer in itself to the question, right? So I'm going to go very quickly over this because, in short, this is just pointing out and highlighting that the growing deficit of care and having made it evident for the whole of society helps us answer this question. And of course, there's all these ideological arguments. There's not only human development in a sustainable way and decent jobs, but economic arguments. And this leads me to the next overhead, because what we want today to show, and this is the document you have there in front of you, is how care can generate employment, can dynamize a driver of the economy, which we've heard ever since the beginning of the conference, and this is one of the main issues of our societies. How do we move out of these cascading and shipping prices, not only going formal in our informal jobs, but also trying to see that cascade happen as we've been waiting for such a long time. What is central here is this that we're showing here today together with ECLAC shows that to invest in care economy is a virtuous circle and it generates it. Why? Because it generates jobs and income for those that are employed in the sector. And let's hope that as we move towards care systems, as happened in Uruguay since 2015, these jobs that were informal are becoming more formal. Second place, because of that, there is an increase in the output because this is a driver and there's more consumption, more output, and there's also an increase in tax revenue, both the tax revenue as well as social security contributions, employee contributions. So this strengthens social security. Indirectly, it happens, and it has an indirect impact on the social security system and the economy. That's why we say that to invest in care policies, in integral care systems, is an intelligent, a clever, and sustainable investment. For instance, nowadays, we estimate that 68% of these new positions of these jobs could be generated, according to ILO studies, filled by women, and 84% would be informal jobs in our countries where informality is a scourge. And those of us that are working at this, we know this is very important. And there's also the training, the certification that is very important, the possibility of formalizing in that way. In short, there are different studies in the region, such as one of the recent investigations, recent, as I say, for 8 OECD countries, shows that the employment generated by investing in care is considerably bigger, even 3 times bigger than the investment in construction. This is a very important finding because we should say, ever since the Second World War, the way to move out of the crisis, let's see, 1929, last century, there's moved out. I mean, there's a good strategy to move out of crisis by generating jobs. And the care structure is also a way, and investing in integral care systems is another way. It could go 3 times as much and gives women the possibility of finding jobs. And we know women have been discriminated, not only in the labor market in general, but also in construction. And this is very, very important. And that's why this is the circle we've depicted here on the screen. It's a virtuous circle. And recently there's other studies, several of them, cost studies. We're having empirical evidence, and this might perhaps help to show in the next overheads. Actually, there was a first methodology, costing regarding the cost of integral care systems. Though you may not believe it, it didn't begin in Latin America. No, 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 no. It began in Istanbul with the Women's Center for Sciences and the Levy Institute, supported by the ILO, UNDP, and UN Women, allowing for the first calculations back in 15, it was, and 2015. And you see, this was very good to establish costs for the care work in Uruguay, and UN Women and ILO have put together tools that are being implemented here in Argentina as a part of a joint program. Currently, we are doing cost studies in 2 provinces. That would be not just in the national territory, but going to another instance, a subnational. And this is showing in Santa Fe and Chaco, 2 provinces. In the case of Chaco, it's approximately 8,000 jobs that would be generated if we could provide an extended coverage. Not even if you go territorially, but 0 years and 2 to 3 years from now. This is the time range. There's lots of way of costing that need to be adapted to the current reality, the present reality, the local one. We've worked with a lot of countries, with women in Mexico. Now we're costing in several countries that are here with us at the round table: Panama, Paraguay, the Dominican Republic. And in short, methodology, the purpose of it is to define which is the target population with these progressive goals of universality, which is the potential population for care, the demand for care, which is the progressivity and the kind of coverage that we should provide throughout time, evidently by identifying the gap with the offers we have and what is the match we should carry out between the private and private sector offer, the current demand, the potential demand in the future, mid and long term, which allows to streamline not just overall costs by arriving at achieving a universal coverage in a certain time, but also, if you go to a universal coverage that looks into different territories and ways of the country, and there are different forms and manners too, depending on funding and the existing structure, right? Besides this estimated demand. And besides, we need possible scenarios for this costing, but besides, there's a direct and indirect impact in line with what we were showing before of the virtuous circle. Siguiente.
And now let's go to the next slide. Yeah, just to give you a very brief example, because the idea is to delve deeper into the second part with Lucia Scuro. Another example from the region is Mexico. In the estimates that UN Women carried out with women in Mexico and ECLAC, showed that to set up a childcare system, it would be necessary to fully increase the gross value of annual production of 1.77%. I don't know. And this would generate an annual average increase in employment of 3.9%. That is regarding employed population as of 2019. For this, we would need an investment of 1.16% of GDP, and it would bring about an additional tax collection, but also an increase in social contributions of almost 0.3% of GDP. If we consider the childcare system in Mexico, it requires an investment of a half a point of GDP and additional funding into 5 years in the future. If we think of systems transforming the state vision and not just for administrations, it would be 0.58% of GDP. The impact and the return of these investments are indeed worthwhile, given the return they provide. On the next slide, we have an argument that we've heard through Maria Noel Baeza and Salazar Sirinax too, is to consider care as a fourth pillar of social protection. Here we need to work hand in hand with ILO and other partners, OISS too, because we need to negotiate and also once again set up a framework of the welfare state in each of our countries, and ultimately think about the interlinkage between care and the other pillars of social well-being, education, health, and social security. Ultimately, this is what will allow us to have a care society in place with investments that are essential and not readjusted when we talk about basic services of education, health, social security, and care. COVID-19 is an important lesson learned in this regard. Of course, the state in all this has the responsibility, and all these are critical so as to overcome these crises that we are facing. I'm now going to give the floor to Lucia so she talk about universality. As we have mentioned in previous sessions of this, we are talking about a universal nature in which you guarantee the quality of the services offered. We also know that we must have a rational view on the policies we design and implement. Together with universality, we talk about the guiding principle of progressivity, where planning, rationalization, prioritization is absolutely essential. And here the debate on the needs, the urgency, and maybe the priorities for the most vulnerable sectors of the population, which is an absolutely crucial topic here, without leaving aside the previously mentioned principle of universality. Then we talk about the solidarity principle, which is related not only to intergenerational solidarity as to financial sustainability too. As we've known, no one can really survive on his or her own. Here we have countries where asymmetries between national revenue and between regions, provinces, states may be very asymmetric indeed. So solidarity as to financing and funding flows are very important. And as a fourth guiding principle for financing care policies and systems, well, we have co-responsibility, gender co-responsibility, but also institutional co-responsibility regarding the four stakeholders and the care diamond that we've referred to in detail in previous sessions. We don't intend to be fully exhaustive in the document we've given you, but we want to give you an overview of what for financing care that are currently being discussed and what are their possibilities. I'm going to look into those models based on general revenue and fiscal revenue. Then secondly, there are models regarding public or private insurance and prioritization. And thirdly, models that aim more at setting up mixed funds or solidarity-based funds. And we are going to look into the potentials and constraints of each of these. First, we have these models regarding financing through general revenue resources mainly coming from the state. And if we talk about constraints or limitations, we can first identify those arguments regarding new demands in contexts that face budgetary challenges. And we indeed know about this limitation since we are facing multiple crises with inflation soaring. So these are arguments that interfere with this kind of financing models for public policies, in this case, care policies. This kind of model can also have some sort of regressive biases in the regarding the tax policy from where resources come. So we must remain alert when we think of applying models based on general revenue. And there may be a certain level of uncertainty and of redefinition of priorities if administrations change. If these don't become a permanent state policy, they may be subjected to changes in government changes if this policy does not go beyond the government in office. What supplementary sources can a model coming from general revenues have? Well, there are a series of selective taxes or taxes on specific activities targeting these fiscal resources to the care policies we are talking about, that care policy and its financing. When we think of insurance-based policies, we are thinking about a different kind of care. If the other models based on general revenue can see to broader situations of care serving different sectors of the population that require care, such as children, early childhood, the disabled, older persons. Generally, when financing models are based on insurances, their outlook is for long-term care and care of the elderly. There we have an issue with coverage or with financing for this other area concerning early childhood or other areas of care, not necessarily long-term care or care for the elderly. When we talk about private insurance, we have mainly identified two limitations. The one regarding this adverse selection, people who most frequently enroll in them are older and or are in a poor health condition with higher premiums and costs attached to that. So this entry selection, these pre-existing conditions established by the insurances themselves for admitting people to be insured. Then those coming from specific and mandatory contributions linked to Social Security, and that in this case have high rates of informality that are widespread in our region, have lower levels of implementation and can have negative effects on formal employment. And this has to do with this argument that many times is instated when a public insurance is discussed in Parliament, saying this insurance will increase the cost of formal employment, thus reducing formal employment. And it may have an issue regarding low levels of remuneration that are linked to out-of-pocket expenses, and this can affect those certain sectors of society. So then we have this third model or combination of funds with resources coming from general revenue, Social Security, out-of-pocket expenses, and specific taxes. And there we could consolidate all these solidarity-based funds for certain policies, in this case, care policies. There are two examples in the region highlighted by this document regarding the Fund for Social Development and Family Allowances in Costa Rica and the National Health Fund in Uruguay called FONASA. In the region and in some countries, this is being further discussed for having certain solidarity-based care funds where these funds are managed by a state agency. And these four guiding principles we mentioned at the beginning are thus met through the calling upon all these resources. We can provide universal, progressive, quality care with co-responsibility that is also gender and solidarity based. And finally, to conclude and not to take up more time, where can we broaden the scope and how can we strengthen the fiscal space for the care society? And this has been discussed a lot these last few days, as the executive secretary of ECLAC mentioned when he presented the position document. We've got to protect social spending and public investment vis-a-vis recipes for shrinking all this. This is not the time to do so, and shielding public investment and spending is absolutely crucial at present. Then strengthening tax collection and enhance the progressive nature of the tax architecture. That's why we especially emphasized that when the resources come from general revenue, this should not be a trap leading to regressive tax measures. then favor direct taxation on income and wealth. This is a very current discussion to then adapt tax frameworks and move forward in digitization, and particularly in regional and international taxation agreements, something that's already happening in other regions. And because of migration and movement of persons in our region, this is becoming more urgent. Then think of the new taxes regarding the digital economy and the new pro-environment and pro-health taxes. And last but not least, and this has been a banner and a systematic concern at ECLAC, and we have talked a lot about this with UN Women, Cecilia and Raquel, that is reducing tax evasion and avoidance. This is essential. The last figures say that tax evasion and avoidance in the region would be at 6.1% of GDP. This is more than what a lot of countries spend on education. So thinking of reducing tax evasion and avoidance, we would increase the GDP in any of our countries. But on the other hand, we've said that reviewing tax exemptions in our countries, we could bring the figure down to 3.1% of GDP in Latin America and the Caribbean. I mean, we need to urgently review this so as to think of additional fiscal resources for this kind of policies we are proposing to favor the care society. The document is all yours now.
After the presentation, we're going to start a panel with different actors sponsoring the exchange of proposals about financing policies and care systems in the current context in Latin America and the Caribbean. The panelists will have 10 minutes each for their presentations, and we'll thank them all to stick to that time, to be able to use as most time as possible to lead the participants take the floor. The first is my friend, Mayra Jimenez, Minister for Women's Affairs of the Dominican Republic. Thank you very much, Maria Inés. Thank you all. Thank you, all of you who are with us at the panel, and very warm greetings to all of you present at this conference. From the Dominican Republic, we want to congratulate and greet you all and congratulate you for having put forward the document about financing care systems and policies in Latin America and the Caribbean. Contributions for a sustainable recovery with gender equality. A big challenge ahead of us indeed. And this was put forward by UN Women and by ECLAC. And at the same time, we thank them for the invitation to be a part of this panel. This document is no doubt a benchmark to guide countries regarding financing of one of the big challenges to construct and consolidate, and especially for the sustainability of policies and systems of integral care. As was rightly said in the document, this pillar has to be addressed from an innovative perspective with responsibility, integrating different sources that will guarantee that this progressivity and this sustainability that we heard about through Lucia can be implemented. I would like right now to share with you some comments about financing based on the principles that guide the agenda in the Dominican Republic, especially because we are at a pilot stage walking through the national care system, an integral system for care. And this pilot, we've carried out this pilot test, we've carried out in 2 municipalities of our country, in the southern area, one of them, and the other one in Santo Domingo, and the greater Santo Domingo, the Santo Domingo East municipality, where we're putting together this effort with the involvement of the state, companies, and civil society, looking forward to local care plans, taking into account resources and stakeholders in the territory. To construct this system, we've used as our basis the right to care, the right to give care, to be cared for, and the right to care for oneself. A vision that is needed to reverse data. For instance, in the Dominican Republic, women dedicate an average of 31.2% hours to unpaid work compared to 9.6 hours that men dedicate to that same job. That means 20 hours more a week that men, and in the case of caregiving, they dedicate 5 times more than them, approximately 15.7% hours a week, compared to the 3.1 that men dedicate. We're aware of the fact that when we're talking of care with rights, we need to undertake the co-responsibility that society has for caring and the obligation that the state has to guarantee this right. The role of the state as a regulator and supervisor is essential to guarantee equitable funding of policies directly and indirectly connected to care. That role includes the capability of holding a dialogue with the rest of the sectors, the parameters based on which we organize care, the responsibilities of each actor, of each player, covering the coverage of services, providing facilitation and legal and fiscal frameworks. Otherwise, should we not have macroeconomic policies and co-responsible funding, the work of women, which is a buffer for the shocks given the care crisis, as we've seen all along recently in the last 2 years, will keep on. Likewise, strengthening the funding systems, the financial system in a gender-based approach needs to be accountable, and accountability shouldn't be negotiated. And following up on these investments is important for us to identify how the different sources and strategies for financing contribute to equality between men and women and to the welfare in an equitable manner. An unavoidable principle talking about the financing of care is the sustainability, which is one of the ways, and one of the ways of sustainability is reflected in the virtuous circle of investing in care and by having paid work, properly paid work, greater revenue for the state, if you look at the tax part, and this allows to reduce the financing gap for the care system. All along during the conference, we've mentioned the fact that care systems are job generators. This happens in 2 ways. The first one is the creation of new spaces for women to give care in a paid manner. And the second is that it allows women to be part of the labor market in other areas. Thus, to invest in care has a driving effect of the economy. To think of the funding of our national care systems with a rights approach and with a gender outlook, this helps us to have a more comprehensive vision of the whole economic, fiscal, and financial system in our countries, placing care in the center and fostering economic and financial autonomy of women. In this respect, besides the services of direct care, licenses, and permits for care, we also need to take into consideration a basic social infrastructure guaranteeing social rights such as health, education, and a public space, and a safe transportation focusing on the territoriality are reach out to the citizens. And when we look at the funding of an integral care system, we need to include social co-responsibility for care, ensuring sustainability, guaranteeing transparency and accountability, being intersectorial and appreciating and valuing the results, the output of the investments for a permanent improvement of integral care systems. In the Dominican Republic, dialogue, negotiations, and interinstitutional work have aimed in this direction. However, just as in the rest of the countries of the region and the world, funding care policies is one of the challenges, the biggest challenges that we have to overcome. In our case, our challenge is to complete the funding strategy for this policy, moving from the pilot stage that we're in until we're able to guarantee its sustainability and moving into an integral care systems. And for this, we count on, and we would like to make a public announcement that we thank the support and the advice given by UN Women and ECLEC. The Dominican Republic has also received the contributions from multilateral instances, technically and financially, supporting the design and development of the policy, as well as the startup of the pilot tests. We've had cooperation that doesn't have to be reimbursed from different agencies, including ECLEC, the UN system, the Inter-American Development Bank, the World Bank, Everett Foundation, the Secretariat for Social Integration in Latin America, and the French Agency for Development to integrate best practices in the region with total contributions equivalent to $1.2 million. Additionally, we also count on, for the next 5 years, we count on an IDB funding amounting to $30 million to support the development of our care policies. As to direct services and specific actions regarding public policies, up to now in the Dominican Republic, the funding comes from the general fund we have in the nation, with individual supports of the budgets allocated to 10 institutions involved in the intersectorial care roundtable. To move towards a sustainable funding strategy, integrating the different institutions that are state institutions means the coordination at the highest level of an agenda and common targets. In this sense, we have advanced our negotiations with the Finance Ministry to identify and instruct regarding alternatives, allowing to extend and guarantee the investment in care. In the framework of this process, for this year, 2022, we've managed a good precedent, and that is that in the general state budget, we could include part of the funds allocated to care as a priority program with budgets, protected budgets, in particular, the funds of the Early Childhood Institute, the Council for Disabled People, and the Superate program. This classification, provided for by law, ensures that the funds for this year will not be used for other purposes or reduced during the execution of the pertinent budget. Likewise, the Ministry for Women, supported by the Eurosocial program of the EU, has fostered the implementation of budgets with a gender approach, allowing for the inclusion of a new budget classifier regarding care policies that will be in operation as from 2023, and which will allow us to identify clearly these funds. And in the framework of the care communities, the objective is to complete an interinstitutional working model that would also be intersectorial, with an approach looking into co-responsibility so that the care system may be upheld and maintained by mixed contributions of the private and public sector, civil society, and the very communities that benefit from it. By 2023, the pilot test of care communities will be the forefront of the national care system of the Dominican Republic, and it will require an allocation of approximately $36 million, which is equivalent to 0.04% of our GDP. This requirement, budgetary requirement, will allow to extend with the focalized goals of the territory and 10% of the populations that are in poverty and vulnerability conditions that demand caregiving and that have been established as our priority. In this way, the requests up to now, we've surveyed the different entities and several funding efforts have been made, programming $7.2 billion for 2023, and we will keep on that track. Care as one of the components, which is one of the most innovative components to struggle and fight poverty, is a tool used by the Dominican Republic for economic recovery, inclusion, job creation, pretending to be a driver in the care economy and promoting a care society, which is possible thanks to the engagement, articulation, and participation in an intersectorial and interinstitutional way, whose technical and financial contributions have been indispensable, especially to start walking this road towards progressivity of human rights that women have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Mayra, for this intervention in which you've shared with us the challenges and your experience in this pilot phase in 2 municipalities in the Dominican Republic, and how you're moving forward towards a national care system, challenges about financing and the achievement of this budget labeling in a gender-sensitive budget. Now we'll give the floor to Gina Magnolia Riaño, Secretary General of the Ibero-American Social Security Organization. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to all. My special greetings to my colleagues on the panel on this occasion. Thank you very much for inviting the Ibero-American Social Security Organization to make a few comments. This is an international organization promoting the economic and social well-being of Ibero-American countries by strengthening social security systems. It's a pleasure for me to be on this important panel and participate to make a few comments on financing, which is one of the most relevant topics being addressed at this 15th Regional Conference on Women, since there is general and broad consensus on the need to move forward concerning care systems. The challenge is how to do this and how to fund this care within a particularly complex scenario like the current one, in which we have not yet overcome the challenges posed by the pandemic that recently hit us, and we have low levels of growth, growing inflation, debt ratios, war in Ukraine, anticipate economic and social challenges at the global level and in our region. Although the circumstances are not the most enabling for a new system, this context makes them even more necessary than ever. The pandemic evidenced the need to move forward in the field of care, and given the possible economic contractions in the future affecting women, leads us to think that the urgency of developing care systems will become even more acute in the next few years. The pandemic has evidenced the need to strengthen and reinforce social security and social protection systems. And we must not forget that the demographic aging process continues regardless of these juncture issues, as reminded yesterday by Maria de Los Angeles Duran. While the number of girls and boys reduces, we have more elderly people, whilst those who are dependent also increases. On average, older persons that are dependent on someone in our region require care for 10 years, the so-called care crisis. The experts have been forecasting this for a long time, and it's in place. Care not only affects women because they are mostly the caregivers, but also because in old age, it is women who live longer and receive such care too. Now, addressing the topic of this panel, I would like to commend ECLAC and UN Women for the excellent publication they have prepared on the financing of care. I would like to revisit one of the conclusions, and that is the importance of combining approaches to this problem. Each of the financing models analyzed in this paper, based on general budgets, insurance based, solidarity based, in themselves will not be able to cover all growing care needs. So we must work in a coordinated manner so each of the mechanisms can reach out to a greater number of persons. And allow me, as an agency devoted to Social Security, to address the role that contributory Social Security systems may have. Contributory Social Security systems were designed based on parameters of the labor market back in the 19th century, where the one person holding a job was the male head of household. But Social Security systems have been changing and adapting to this current reality, and they could be a significant element in the care diamond. First of all, regarding family care, Social Security is essential, giving maternity, paternity leave, and parental care leave, as stated in ILO in the interesting supplementary study for Latin America and the Caribbean presented on Tuesday. There are 15 countries that have maternity leave of at least 14 weeks, as established in Convention 183, and little by little, paternity and parental leave has been extended. We must also bear in mind compensation mechanisms for care work within the pension systems established in several countries of the region. And I refer to child allowances in Chile, housewives' pensions in Argentina, or fictitious compensations in Uruguay. As to professional care, more and more social security institutions are offering as a part of their benefits professional care at home and daycare centers for the elderly, PAM in Argentina, ISTA in Mexico, and the family compensation funds in Colombia, just to mention a few examples. And we must also recall the efforts that are being made to offer a better coverage to domestic work in the region, meeting also demand for care. As we've heard in these last few days, Argentina is addressing a new regulation, just like the Dominican Republic. These are small steps forward and their scope is limited, but this shows a potential that contributory systems can have in support of care system development. We still have challenges to face, as we've already seen, and as we've pointed out at OISS, as to family care, extending leave is a must so as to meet the ILO convention provisions, particularly regarding paternity leave, seeking them to be equal to maternity leave and that they not be transferable between parents. Experience shows us that when we allow transfer, it's usually the mother who takes this leave, and then there's a lost opportunity for having men become more involved in care work. In this regard, we have to bring about a cultural change too, so more fathers can enjoy this leave when possible. And with a very few data available, we realize that very few indeed use such leave. It's also important to establish parental and care leave overall. Only 4 countries already have parental leave and 5 have long-term care leave, particularly in case of diseases or dependency to facilitate caring for children and older persons. This would avoid the current situation in which part of the temporary disability leave given to parents are because of an illness of their children, or sometimes women abandon their professional careers so as to care for older persons who depend on them. It's necessary to make progress so that social security system undertake the responsibility for these leaves and permits and not the corporations, so that this is not only a privilege of big businesses. As to compensation measures for calculating pensions, it's essential to continue extending this kind of mechanism so that women are not penalized in their pensions because of the care work they've carried out. The same happens with professional care services already offered by the contributory systems, and that must focus on the more severe dependency cases. We also must make progress as to better regulating the caregivers as formal workers, so they have labor, union rights, safety and hygiene at work, and train them on an ongoing basis. With regard to training, I would like to underscore how important it is to have training for professional caregivers as well as for family members. In this regard, the Ibero-American Social Security Organization, in collaboration with the institutions making up the Ibero-American program on older persons, we've set up a curriculum with training contents to be delivered to caregivers, and we are promoting training along these lines in person and remotely that I wish to make available to all countries. If there's a challenge for contributory systems, as pointed out in the publication, that is labor informality, where we find most of the region's women. It's essential to make progress in extending coverage so as to protect their rights and provide quality services in coordination with the non-contributory mechanisms that are also essential, so that we join efforts to be able to reach out to more population. As was pointed out in the Labor Informality Forum organized on the 20th and 21st of October in Bogota, opened by the president of our country, the social security institutions must find innovative ways to attract members, simplifying formalities, adjusting contributions, and adapting to the reality of the current labor market, digitizing processes to improve efficiency and providing specific, clear information to citizens on their rights. Reducing informality also has to do with having all productive sectors become members on a mandatory basis, including freelance workers, domestic workers, and rural workers, where we mostly find women. In the latter one, rural work, we need to move forward with this membership so it is not only limited to the person in charge of the farm, who's usually a man. Another challenge is to improve protection of part-time work, where we find many women too, because in this way we can provide social security benefits to more inhabitants, avoiding segmentation based on income, and we will also thus improve their labor rights and reduce labor precariousness. I wouldn't like to conclude without making reference to non-contributory social protection that we also address at the Ibero-American Social Security Organization. Evidently, we are facing change now. Uruguay marked the way forward with its national care system. And as has been mentioned in this conference, several countries are working on regulations to create national care systems. Argentina, Chile, Ecuador, Panama, Paraguay, Mexico, based on the general budgets they have, the creation of new taxes to have available resources, the delayed fiscal reforms in the region, increasing the fiscal burden on bigger companies and on the wealthiest, renegotiation of debt, the fight against tax evasion, and the creation of specific funds are some of the valid means to increase resources for care systems. In this regard, I would like to call your attention to another of the elements mentioned by the publication: variability of budget availability. Supporting these systems, care systems, once instated, must be considered the rights of citizens. Therefore, it's important for financing through general budgets to be stable and that it be ensured regardless of any political changes in the country. I'd also like to highlight the importance of that out-of-pocket expenses that are used to co-finance certain care systems be progressive and in line with the level of income, so that care is not only a service for those that can afford it. I'd like to conclude by saying, as has already been mentioned in other forums of this conference, the benefits of professional care as a source of jobs, of sustainable jobs, from the perspective of social security. It's especially important that they be formal, good quality jobs linked to contributory systems. This would be a significant reinforcement of the levels of social protection of female caregivers, professional caregivers, allowing us to enhance coverage. We have lots of challenges still pending, as you may see, but we are on the way to overcome them. And I convey the interest of Social Security institution of being a stakeholder in all this and placing care at the heart.
Gracias, secretaria.
Thank you, Secretary Riaño. And now we would like the Secretary to take the floor. Thank you very much, Minister Castillo. Briefly to announce that as scheduled, as from 11 to 2 p.m. at the Retiro Bay meeting room, we will be negotiating the document. We will go on negotiating.
Como siguiente panelista,
The next analyst then is Rania Antonopoulos, senior scholar and of the Gender Equality and Economy program of the Levy Economics Institute. Besides being an academician, she has a vast experience in the public sector, having held positions as Deputy Labor Minister in Greece, a member of the Parliament, Ambassador of Greece at PAHO.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and I am very grateful that I am here today to discuss and share with you some thoughts on this fantastic, excellent document that CEPAL and UN Women have prepared for us for discussion. I would be remiss if I do not in particular thank Anna Westmes, Lucia and Cecilia, Nadine Gassman, and also I want to mention Paul Ladd of UNRIS, who have conspired in a wonderful way for me to participate here today. So the first thing that is impressive for me is the framing and the language that has been used, incredible advances. I think literally Latin America worldwide is best positioned. You have made tremendous strides, very big steps towards looking at the issue from a framework that as feminist economists, we have been fighting forever. So this is really exciting and empowering. Second quick observation, what once upon a time in the realm of macroeconomics and gender equality among feminist economies was a question in our minds. What was the question? The question was, and what will happen to the economy if we take chunks of unpaid work, not all of it, but chunks of unpaid work, and we turn it into paid work, paid employment? And of course, the caring aspects of unpaid work were prominent. So we said, what if it becomes part of the public sector provisioning, all of it, part of it? Then we said, okay, we need a tool. How are we going to do that? And that tool was something called in economics input-output tables, where you can do precisely what you and in this report are summarizing, and many countries in Latin America refer to, and the document that came out of CEPAL that was discussed the first day is using. It is an instrument that allows you to look at what happens to the economy precisely when you have the inputs, the spending, the what we call investment come in to provide the services. What happens to the economy? And what we have seen is GDP increases, jobs increase, some revenue increases. So with this at hand, we have an advocacy tool that has been used and can be used and should be used by all countries. We know the methodology, we are now doing it. So this is also impressive because Latin America is leading here too. The first such study actually was supported by UNDP and ONU back in 2005, 2006. And it was for South Africa and some other countries. It was not picked up. In Latin America, it has become a very powerful instrument. So lots to celebrate. And when you look at the integrated care system, the approach, first in Uruguay and now in other countries, including what our colleague here described for us, this is very empowering and on the very positive road that we all wish to be on. So with this optimistic part, and although we know that we are in a period of multiple crises, everyone has talked about it, I would like to make three very specific comments. The first has to do with cooperation in moving forward. Cooperation, and what do I mean by that? We heard the word of collective. I will not call it collective action because it was not stated as collective action, but pretty much that's the meaning and the feeling behind it, right? It is that individual countries are learning from each other and are supporting each other. Cooperation of UN agencies, and we have an example in our hands. That's what we are discussing today. So you have interagency cooperation that exists on the topic, that is being promoted right now by various UN organizations who are lending support not only in legitimizing, we are beyond legitimizing, but in addressing specifically the key question, which in my opinion is very important, and that is my second point. How are we going to bring together the finance and investment community together with the community that cares about care and about gender equality? This needs to happen because we have seen already in your document, you have laid out really beautifully the spaces that exist and can be expanded. I'm not going to repeat, I don't want to take even a second of our time because you've done such a superb job. But within that, we do have other kinds of nuanced details that ought to be included as a second step, taking your own work forward. For example, concessional finance. Why not? Blended finance. Why not? Bonds. Do they exist? Do we have gender bonds, gender equality bonds? Yes, we do. There is such an instrument out there. And in 2017, right before I went to the OECD, but I got to see it unfold while I was there, 1.3 billion of gender bonds were created in 1 year, supporting several countries in pursuing a gender equality agenda. I don't want to go on and on, you know, about the green bonds, the climate bonds, and how they are structured and floated. And here we have some space to bring together in Latin America, Latin American countries with their development banks. What are development banks for? To bring together with the development banks, the central banks Some of the other development banks, such as IDB, but not only, whoever would be, we would consider important to sit at the table and discuss all of this in a solidarity and cooperation way, because not all countries would be able to participate on equal footing in any and all of these instruments. So how do we expand this space of financing that is for a good purpose? I think the work that you have done has matured us sufficiently to go into that level of discussion. The third comment that I would like to make is on research. Colleagues, friends, the first time that I spoke about a way of looking at the economy where you take unpaid work and you make it paid work. And here is the methodology to do it that we can use. Believe me, in all honesty, I was laughed at. Okay, but it was a first way, because unpaid work, this is what you do at home. Why would you want to monetize it? Why do we need to monetize it? And who is going to do it? And how are we going to do it? Well, 2006, 2022. So when it comes to the proposals, although that was way too long time, it took way too long, and I don't wish that this will be at all what we will encounter in the next phase. But when it comes to what we are proposing, for example, in what you mentioned, the solidarity tax, what our colleague was just telling us about Social Security and how you can have an additional or an extra tax. Okay, all of this needs to be country specific, and we need to see who is gaining, who is losing, what does it mean for budgets, what does it, okay, I will not go on and on with these details, but we need the research. We need to know what we're talking about as we present our plan for implementation. I also want to say that if we are truly interested about the impact that this will have, not only on children if you expand early childhood development, not on the elderly when you expand the services, but truly on the experience that we will have as women when all of these care activities are part of the public goods, public provisioning in our lives. We need to rethink, and I'll finish with this comment, we need to rethink how we evaluate that. In other words, in the outcomes that we have, we are asking, how many jobs are we going to have? How will they be distributed? What does it mean for poverty reduction and income distribution? Who is getting these jobs and the income? What does it mean for the revenue of the government? By the way, the revenue increases by something like 15% to 16% in some countries because of the tax structure that you have, as you were mentioning. In some countries that we have worked out at my institution, Levy Institute, Greece, where I worked later on in a public capacity, the rate of return, the tax revenue was going to go up to 40% with some tweaking of the tax code. So this is an area that we need to really examine. But we also need to ask ourselves, what will it mean for women in terms of time use? How is their time use now going to change? On the one hand, you will have more income. On the other hand, we have to examine what it is that it does on the unpaid work time and how it benefits or not several groups. There are 5 countries, Mexico, Argentina, Chile, Uruguay, and Colombia, that have produced, with the participation of statistical agencies of each country, and using a tool and a methodology that I and my colleagues developed back in 2012, 2013, that is called time and income poverty, so that you combine the two for groups of people, different cohorts of people, and you can trace the outcome of any policy, any social policy, both on the income of women separately from men and on the time of unpaid activities that men and women will be involved. Thank you very much for your attention. And once again, I thank the participants for this opportunity.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tanya, for your words and for talking to us about the importance of cooperation and exchange, learning the lessons learned, and to highlight what we're doing in Latin America and celebrating too the innovative ways of funding and the new ideas about how to get financing and resources for care policies and the importance also of research. Thank you very much for sharing that with us, Rania. And now let's ask the last intervention of the panel. Let's ask Fabio Bertranu, Director for the Southern Code of Latin America of the International Labour Organization. Thank you. Thank you, Minister Maria Inés del Castillo, and thank you all of you. I'd like to greet my colleagues at the round head table, and I'd like to begin by congratulating Panama and the minister, because last week there was a covenant 190 signed in the ILO. It was the labor minister that did so, and this is harassing and violence in the world of work. And this is a milestone for different countries in the region, and certainly refers to the agenda that has been put forward today. One of the environments, together with financing and the development of a care system, has a connection with preventing violence in work environments, though not exclusively there, of course. And a part of our mandate refers precisely to make this accomplished. The fundamental part of the fundamental rights of the labor rights that are expecting a universal ratification. This is the conditions, the environment of a safe and healthy work. So part of our agenda for the development of care systems is no doubt the generation of sources for financing and public policies that will guarantee that workers in the care systems will have that right become materialized. So allow me to start. First, of course, I want to congratulate UN Women and ECLAC for having organized this panel within the conference. But in particular, that document, Lucia, Cecilia, is a document that certainly allows to put in perspective the state of the arts and the discussion about the dilemmas and challenges that care systems have, in particular, identifying the dimensions connected to funding. No doubt, this is closely connected with the ILO work, with the two sisterly UN agencies in the dimensions regarding employment, social protection, gender, and of course, the connection with the world and the institutions of work. And our mandate to work with them, as Cecilia said, with the workers' organizations, with the employer organizations. So they're all part of a strategy precisely for the development of these care systems. No doubt the document allows to put in perspective the fact that we're talking of not just programs and policies, but of building upon a system, and to talk about a sector of care, an economic sector, because just as we've done with other sectors that overlap and connect with care, the care system and the health system, for instance, require a funding matrix, and they also require Closer. I'm sorry. I'm so enthusiastic to meet my time restraints that I didn't look at this, and also to give all my comments, right? So I was saying that upon talking of a system articulating with policies and programs and with the other dimensions very well reflected in the document, we're talking of a sector of the economy that even needs productive policies to move about resources, and even with the private sector funding, as Rania mentioned. And in this sense, productive policies would also require a dialogue with the private stakeholders and public stakeholders to establish a strategy, and obviously the workers to be able to organize that sector and to comply with the aspiration of closing the decent work gaps that Magnolia mentioned so well, the big influence of the informality that we have in this region, in particular in the caregiving sector. And from this point of view, the challenge it means for the ILO in this joint work together with ECLAC and UN Women, that is to try to develop these tools, make them available for decision makers in the public policy area so that they get mandates, right? For instance, in 4.2, in that section of the document elaborates on all this strategy. These dilemmas, meaning fiscal space to fund policies. It's worthwhile mentioning that this joint program, UN Women and ILO, worldwide as it is, trying to connect the development of tools assigned to establishing a connection with a multiplier effect that developing the caregiving system would have employment-wise, as well as the fiscal stimuli package that could go hand in hand with the economic cycle. And in this sense, as ECLAC is knowledgeable about funding and development, because after all, what you submitted and put forward, we don't call it development planning as we used to do historically, as ECLAC used to. Now this is precisely a tool allowing us to fund the development of the system, looking into the articulations with a productive system. In particular, I would like to mention the importance it has for the current context where we have faced a caregiving crisis, which was prior to the pandemic, let me say, where we had first and paramount dimension, 60,000 daily works in an unpaid caregiving, 6 and 8 hours a day without being paid. The big challenge of turning this unpaid work into paid work and in decent working conditions. The implications the unpaid work has for women, you mentioned that already, but it's always worthwhile mentioning it again, never too often, to remind each other that 3 times as much unpaid work it has to be borne by the women if we compared the dimension in which men have to bear this load. And besides, the pandemic was particularly strong on women, especially the women who worked in the informal part of the economy where there was a capital destruction of employment that we still haven't fully seen back again. So to say, as the purpose we share, that the care economy has to be the center of this agenda for a transformation into gender equality and for the development of this. This is in line with the Centennial Declaration of ILO that together with the consensus achieved in the future of work in that convention in 2019, prior to the pandemic, and which we are retaking, so to say, those recommendations to have indeed an actually transforming program regarding the world of work and gender. We need to produce a care system properly funded, robustly funded, sustainably funded, together with working policies. This virtuous circle of caregiving, you all mentioned it, the impact it has on job generation. And I would also like to point out the 3 R's, right? The other 2 R's, the importance of representation together with, in particular, the dialogue mechanism to find uh, arrangements, agreements, and collective negotiations so that workers may access collective bargaining in the sector. So the representation and naturally what Cecilia mentioned as to how to reward. So there's 5 R's, you see, and they need these transforming measures and actions and all the caregiving policy and all the subsidiary policies that have gone with it. As to the investment and care policies, this was also a contribution by ILO together with UN Women. This is an issue that is taking predominance regionally after the identification of integral caregiving policies that have a strong impact, as we said, on job generation and on the mock exercise and simulations that allow us to get together with the different stakeholders like the finance ministry, the treasury, but not just them, with the overall stakeholders that need to build upon public budgets to show with specific evidence the impact these policies can have. Indeed, the estimation after these exercises of joint care packages shows that 1.5% investment of the GDP plus 0.3% of the GDP for a universal rendering of child caregiving can impact as a driver in very important jobs. But if we walk through all the needs involved in the life cycle of any person, right from childhood to their old age and death, there is a possibility of developing a much more effective tool, an instrument, and precisely Gina was talking about the contributory role of Social Security as a very important role to achieve this funding. Allow me then to recap and to share with you the aspiration of the document and the proposal for more funding, establishing regulations in the world of work, and developing work institutions to be able to make a contribution to decent works for caregivers, and this requiring funding naturally. So part of this construction of this funding matrix will also be used to strengthening work policies and will feed into that virtuous circle. Finally, I would also like to mention the need to involve in that funding matrix the idea of constituting, of establishing the fact that caregiving is part of the fundamental rights in the sense that they are part of non-discrimination, of the right to a healthy and safe place of work, a fair and reasonable remuneration, and other fundamental rights that refer to eradication of unprotected adolescent work, naturally child labor, and other fundamental milestones that are part of the ILO mandate. Clearly, caregiving can be a part of this idea that we have within the SDGs, that is having a floor of social protection so that care is seen as an essential service with adequate funding, not just as part of the public budget, but also by the stakeholders in the world of work and other agencies and sources of funding, such as the very companies, right? Because we could materialize the possibility of having caregiving as part of the universal social caregiving floor, as the position paper suggests, and this other document suggests, together with the co-responsibility variables, the universality and solidarity, which is typical of social security systems. Now, always ready to keep on helping and giving a hand to UN Women and ECLAC, and thank you very much to ECLAC and UN Women for inviting us to the panel.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Comentaba sobre la enorme oportunidad
On the opportunity we have for creating jobs by closing the care services gap, and also, although the expansion of care with decent work entails a significant investment, additional revenue would set off these additional expenses. Now we give the floor to the minister. Thank you. Mrs. Castillo. I thank all the panelists. And in Argentina here, the chair would like to commend you on the preparation of this report. While I was listening to all of you, I was thinking how undervalued and invisible care is, that we have to carry out all these studies to prove something that is so obvious. And I say so as an economist too. With other economic sectors, this is not necessary. And contrary-wise, investment in other economic sectors that have not been used for common good. I mean, if we should use the 4 pillars in the report, it would be good for the whole of the economy. I'd like to highlight that all that you've said is a clear way forward. Perfect is the enemy of what is possible. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we have very regressive tax systems that we wish to transform and will do so, but we can't expect them to be perfect before we start financing these care systems we need. And I say so given the experience with the CARE project in Argentina that recognizes the diversity of families and considering men as equally responsible. The full cost of this reform that will take place over 10 years, thinking of non-contributory systems to the cost of that reform is less than the exemption granted nowadays in Argentina to the judiciary as to payment of the most progressive tax we have, which is that on high income. There is fiscal space, thus, and bearing in mind what Sheena said, we are a majority in that formerly non-contributory world, but we contribute with housework, we contribute when we work informally and pay taxes, consumption taxes that are regressive. So we must bear in mind where we are to fight over that fiscal space. We, caring for others, build that fiscal space. And finally, I'd like to highlight that although this seems some kind of new investment, we must consider that this investment makes state spending more efficient. It's a different way of solving old problems that can really benefit our region and the efficiency of public spending. I'd like to congratulate you once again for this report that will allow all of us to discuss initiatives within the different countries. These queries come up always. The use of resources is cut across by a patriarchal system. So no doubt we will harness this report to achieve this proposal of caring on equal grounds, and distributing wealth is redistributing care too. Thank you very much. We thank all participants on this first panel on financing of care. We are just going to change positions here up front before we get started with the Care for the Planet high-level panel to be moderated by Adilia Caravaca. But please remain in the room.
Iniciamos.
Les pedimos tomar ubicación, por favor, para comenzar con el panel número 2. Muchas gracias.
Please be seated. Thank you.
Bueno, continuamos.
We will continue, Madam Ministers, delegates. Now, we will start with high-level panel 2, Care for the Planet, that will be moderated by Adilia Caravaca, Executive President of the National Women's Institute, INAMU of Costa Rica. Good morning. I welcome you to this high-level panel where we are going to address a very important topic, which is linking all care systems with care for the environment and the planet. As we well know, inequality has been a feature across the region and is at the core of the prevailing development style that is unsustainable, characterized by wealth concentration, environmental degradation, and the precarious living conditions of women, pauperization of care too. So it's important for us to recall that since the Beijing Platform for Action and Declaration, we've been addressing this issue of the environment, and our gender-based agenda at the 62nd presiding officers meeting of the regional conference to prepare the session of the CSW, there was a commitment to mainstream the gender perspective in policies, initiatives, and programs at the national level for climate change adaptation and mitigation and risk reduction and climate change mitigation, as I've said, with the commitment of promoting policies and including care systems in these policies but within the actions related to facing the climate change emergency in response to extreme events and disasters. In this regard, we are going to delve deeper into the conceptualization of the care society, linking care and the environment, sharing different approaches, strategies, so as to move towards a care society with adequate public policies to overcome social, environmental, and gaps. From an environmental perspective too. We have panelists coming from different backgrounds to help us with this. We are going to first give the floor to Marcelo Cusillas, head of the legal department of the Ministry of the Environment of Uruguay. Marcelo, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Adilia. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to participate in this conference and to do so on behalf of the Uruguayan government, but particularly on behalf of the ESCASU chair, which is the Agreement on Access to Information, Public Participation and Justice in Environmental Matters in Latin America and the Caribbean. Uruguay is the chair of this agreement and has been so since the first conference of the parties held in April this year. And therefore, it's a great pleasure for me to share with you this panel on care for for the planet in a conference that addresses the care society in the broader sense and retrieving gender equality in a sustainable manner. All these terms are used in this conference applied to women, but in fact, they're applied to all of us because its scope is worldwide. Since the Escazú agreement was entered into, we'd like to share a few comments on caring for our planet. What's the Escazú agreement? Escazú is a city in Costa Rica. The moderator may feel well represented. It's a region very near San Jose, in which the last negotiations meeting was held, and in which this first Latin American and Caribbean environmental agreement was entered into. Our region was the only one that had no environmental agreement for the region. As from March 2018, we agreed on this treaty that aims at putting into practice such as an important right as that of enjoying an appropriate and healthy environment, a human right that links human beings and society to nature. This agreement came into force when we achieved the necessary number of ratifications on 22 April 2021. So we are referring to a regional legal instrument that was recently enacted, and it's new and innovative. It aims at regulating three access rights, three very important rights for environmental management, as is the right to access public information, the right to having an early and efficient participation in the decision-making processes concerning environmental matters, and thirdly, the right to access justice in environmental matters. Three rights without which the human right of having a healthy and adequate environment would not be feasible. The Escazú Agreement recognizes certain precedents, particularly in Western Europe, where the Economic Commission for Europe, ECLAC's sister in Europe, promoted a similar agreement called the Aarhus Agreement. However, the Escazú Agreement has certain specificities and differences so that it was adapted to be applicable in our region. It is the first international agreement that includes explicit provisions to protect the advocates for environmental human rights. Regretfully, persecution and even death of human rights advocates is a reality that we must fight against in our region. This agreement seeks, together with the access rights, to protect those people that, on behalf of all of us, advocate for these rights. What does the Escazú Agreement offer? The agreement offers a regional framework of interest for all states, but also of interest for the different social sectors, NGOs, indigenous peoples, and also for investors that more and more seek to bring together their business activity, their production activities into a system of guarantees that can reflect sensitivity and the appropriate enjoyment of these rights in their activities. And particularly the Escazú agreement is relevant for those persons and groups that are most vulnerable. Throughout the agreement, regarding access to information, as well as participation and access to justice, it includes special provisions applicable to vulnerable individuals and groups. However, the agreement does not define what vulnerable individuals and groups are. It does not list them, but instead it states that it would be those individuals or groups that, given their temporary circumstances or given the conditions inherent in them, permanently call for special care so as to effectively enjoy their rights to access. The treaty envisages that this special protection centering on vulnerable individuals and groups should be done identifying them in view of the national context. Not in all countries, vulnerable individuals and groups will necessarily be the same, but in any case, those national circumstances, says the agreement, must be in line with the international obligations adopted by the country, by the state. That is to say, if we follow the guidelines of the Sustainable Development Goals, for instance, women, girls, those especially identified sectors of the population due to conditions inherent in them, for instance, indigenous peoples or those who have been displaced by climate events, those who have experienced floods in their area, or persons affected by drought, would be covered by this special treatment envisaged in the agreement. What does the agreement spell out in this regard? It establishes minimum standards as to access to information, public participation, and justice in environmental matters to be fulfilled by the state parties. It establishes standards that the states may adopt to develop their own legislation to enforce their policies and carry out their environmental management on this basis. But furthermore, the agreement provides an environment or forum for cooperation so that the countries in the region, the communities and societies in our region can reinforce their capabilities so as to indeed bring about environmental protection. The agreement in this regard foresees a committee in support of its enforcement and compliance therewith. The Conference of the Parties held in Santiago last April commissioned carrying out a process for electing those persons that will fill the positions on this committee. As you can imagine, this becomes a fundamental pillar for the agreement's effectiveness. These people will be elected here in Buenos Aires City in April next year. And right now, the agreement has launched a process for identifying and selecting these people. I would like to end these introductory words by inviting the states and civil society to have women participate in the Escazú agreement, that they be a part of the committee in support of its enforcement and compliance therewith, and that they be appropriately represented so that these access rights can lead to protection of the environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcelo. And now we shall give the floor to Diana Funes, the representative of the Network of Human Rights Defender of Honduras and the Mesoamerican Initiative of Women Human Rights Defenders. Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to greet in particular the colleagues from the forum, the Feminist Forum, who have been for such a long time organizing and constructing and building upon proposals for the political declaration of this 15th Conference on Women. And I'm going to quote them. Evictions and other expulsion processes, which are the product of real estate situations and extractivism, both in respect of ancestral territories and urban territories, are a menace for the life of communities. Evictions we have every day. And we are here now, or have been here now, but in Honduras, the Garífuno community from Punta Gorda has been violently evicted from their ancestral lands. 6 colleagues were imprisoned, and today they have been released because of the pressure exercised by the social movement, especially our care and solidarity networks. The damages suffered by the Garífuna community has still not been remedied. They did release our colleagues, but they put a condition with precautionary measures on their struggle, meaning they can't go back to those lands, to the territory for which they have fought and which they defended historically, which has been their place and their place in life, where they've made their life. So in this sense, it is also important to say that our mates, our colleagues will have to do it all over again, all of it, because their houses were burned, everything they had was destroyed. So we're indignant, and we have to say so and make a point of it here in this space. Long live the Garífuna people and their struggle. Care is a historically undervalued word made little of by the patriarchal, capitalist, and racist system. For us, the defenders, communities, and movements, care is the verb we've taken from the oppressors, not just because it's a way of keeping up life, but also because it's part of our ethical and political proposal for a transformation and for revolution. And not just any revolution. After having lived in dictatorship, we don't embrace any revolution, but the revolution that we want to construct and build upon. To talk about the planet, the Mother Earth, Pachamama, the place we designate as the place we inhabit. This very place where we are now is very important because this system has taught us to take distance and to use in our imaginary the fact that the Mother Earth is something remote, far-fetched, outside us, and we have learned to subject it and to deplete it. So much can be said about the planet and about its caregivers, defenders, custodians, and ancestral guardians. These mates who day by day have to face threats, menaces, assassinations, murders, and abductions. We could say today that Latin America is the region where more people are defenders and people that care for lives are assassinated. Berta Cáceres, present here and forever. Our friend and sister assassinated by a group of banqueros because he was defending the Balcarce River in Honduras has come up to us. Mother Earth, imprisoned, militarized, demands action. As our sisters that are in prison, political prisoners in Nicaragua, also demand us to take actions. They're imprisoned by a system, a political system that has them imprisoned, abducted. And here, all of us present have the responsibility of denouncing the Ortega Murillo dictatorship, to move so that, to take action so that the political prisoners that are being tortured be released, and that our sisters, many of who are here present today, who are in exile, maybe go back safely to Nicaragua. Nicaragua free, for a free Nicaragua, mates, for a free Nicaragua.
Nombrar esto también es esencia.
To name, in essence, caring for life, and that the ethical responsibility of looking after each other. Within the network of human rights defender and the Mesoamerican Initiative of Women Human Rights Defenders, we want to protect and defend the feminist movement and put at the center our political involvement. And we say to look after each other collectively as a group, and to heal is justice that goes beyond the rationale of patriarchal justice, and even beyond what we consider or people consider legal, because very often we know that what is legal is not necessarily legitimate or fair. And in this sense, we have woven, articulated historically a manner in which we can act in our own way. We look after each other and heal each other from impunity in all times, in all ways that governments take action, favoring capitalist accumulation and despising life. Despising the life of those that historically have protected the planet. That's why our proposal, our healing proposal, always talks about a collective caring between the defenders. As we see in Mesoamerica, together and in a community, we look after each other. These are political constructions with which we take stock of each other, look after each other, and heal the historical wounds produced by the system. We acknowledge the impact on our bodies, territories, this penalization, criminalization process in which the Mother Earth is being depleted and designated and naming our own grief for people that were murdered, like our mate, Mariel Franco, present. Berta Cáceres, present. Ramona Medina, made from Villa 31 in Argentina. To put care in the center means to feed from our collective force in an organized strength, in an organized way, follow our steps and the steps of our ancestors in the fight life. We have made our struggles territorial through solidarity, feminist movements, caravans, meetings, and this is where we've seen rivers contaminated by the mining operations, the massive felling of trees, the loss of harvest because of the storms, and communities that cannot be inhabited anymore because they've been overflooded because of the crisis brought on by the climate crisis that we're having to face today. Berta Cáceres said so. Awaken humanity. There's no more time. Our conscience will be shaken by what we're seeing, the destruction based on capitalist, racist, and patriarchal destruction. But she also left us something to do, a job. Let's get together, let's unite, and let's keep on defending care and caregiving, the blood of the earth and its spirits. And now I'd like to say, Sister Berta, our mate, we're doing this for you.
Thank you very much, Liana Funes, for her presentation. We will now give the floor to Tarsila Rivera Sea, coordinator of the Continental Network of Indigenous Women of the Americas. You are recognized. Thank you very much for this great opportunity. And I would like to start by sharing with you something that a wise man once said, and she's spoken in another language. Things are more valuable once we strike a balance. Will we someday strike a balance among all on our planet? That is what we are aiming at. When Mother Earth is sick, our present and future lives are at stake because we depend on the planet. If we want to move towards care societies with gender equality and sustainability, we cannot forget to care for the environment that gives us life, food, health, and protection. Therefore, we congratulate ECLAC for including the topic care for the planet on the agenda of this regional conference on women. And we really hope that the environmental aspect will be visible in the commitments of the states that are attending this meeting and those who are not. Indigenous peoples, and particularly Indigenous women, have always devoted ourselves to caring for Mother Earth and protecting it against different threats, applying our knowledge and practices from our ancestors. In reciprocity and striking a balance with our environment, we take good care of our mother, and our mother cares for us, providing us with what we need to give care. When Indigenous women talk about care work, we don't only refer to caring for our families, communities, and societies, but also to work such as defense, protection, management, and recovery of our territory, forests, rivers, seeds, biodiversity, harvesting water, sowing healthy food without agrotoxics. Our mitigation and adaptation actions regarding climate change and our spiritual work, including our ceremonies to thank Mother Earth. For us, then care means sustaining, ensuring life in all of its dimensions. At present, we face several crises and challenges brought about by the development model, whether it be called capitalist or not, with monocultures or not, based on consumerism, racist, patriarchal, that limits the enjoyment of our rights and hinders our collective efforts to care for life on our planet. These include the overexploitation of resources that has accelerated within the context of post-COVID economic recovery, extractive industries and infrastructure works that pollute and destroy land and maritime ecosystems, the use of agrochemical substances, GMOs, and artificial fertilizers harm our health and threaten biodiversity, deforestation, desertification, and soil degradation, the climate crisis, and other forms of environmental violence. Climate change for us is one of the forms of violence against our lives and the environment. Given the roles traditionally allocated to us in the societies in which we live, which are patriarchal and colonized, this environmental violence have different impacts on women and youth in the indigenous communities, including an overburden of unpaid work and care concerning production and preparation of food, and the long way that the long distances we have to travel to obtain water and medication. Indigenous women that defend ancestral territories to benefit all peoples and our planet are constantly threatened, attacked, detained arbitrarily, incarcerated, and cruelly assassinated, as my predecessor said. And thank you for including us in this panel and in your speeches. We want to point out a few paths forward, ways forward for the states to move towards sustainable care societies with environmental, economic, and gender justice. Indigenous peoples have always known that all in our lives is comprehensive and all elements are interrelated. Therefore, we believe it is essential for the states and agencies, funds, and programs of the UN system must overcome internal, operational, and political fragmentation. In practice, this means that the ministries and other mechanisms for the advancement of women must work in a coordinated manner with environment-related institutions and those that work on nature, agriculture, health, social protection, education, the economy, and justice. This also entails harmonizing and aligning national regulatory frameworks, providing institutions and public policies related to care, to rights-based instruments and development agendas to bring about gender equality, population and development, climate change, the environment and biodiversity, among many others. It is counterproductive to promote comprehensive care systems from one sector in the state if at the same time another sector is destroying the environment. Indigenous peoples and women are experts in care, and we have the necessary knowledge to take good care of Mother Earth, the environment, and our planet. Hopefully, you can understand that we have a lot to share. The Santiago Commitment adopted at the previous regional conference, that is the 14th conference, states committed to design comprehensive care systems from an intercultural perspective. That's paragraph 26, by the way. For us, this intercultural nature goes beyond coexistence and valuation of cultural diversity. It entails building horizontal dialogue with mutual enrichment between indigenous and non-indigenous peoples, their knowledges and practices, so as to, based on this supplementary nature, seek better solutions to the crisis affecting us now and that will affect us in the future. To generate the minimum conditions for this dialogue, states must take measures to eradicate racism that delegitimizes the indigenous peoples and the patriarchal system that makes indigenous women invisible, ensure the enjoyment of our individual and collective rights, including rights to the land, and recognize support us in the recovery of our knowledge and practices to care for the planet. This entails ensuring the full and effective participation of women and young indigenous girls in the design, implementation, and evaluation of care policies, respecting our free, prior, informed consent before implementing measures affecting our lives, pursuant to our right to our free determination that is enshrined in the Convention on Indigenous Peoples. The states must end criminalization and incarceration of young indigenous girls and of women that are caring for the planet and advocating for human rights. Within the comprehensive care models, we must recognize and support the defense of our territory as part of the care work, promoting comprehensive policies for protection and the safety of the advocates. As a first step in this regard, we urgently call upon you to ratify the implementation of the Escazú Agreement for all 13 countries that have adopted it, but there are still many countries missing in the region. In the medium and long run, the most effective way to raise awareness and practices on care for our planet among new generations is through intercultural, intergenerational education with a gender, human rights, and Mother Earth approach that within the UN scenario has already been acknowledged, and that it be for all of us. This education must promote co-responsibility and the exchange of knowledge among all indigenous and non-indigenous peoples and individuals, men and women of all generations, and also public and private institutions to properly care for life. Finally, we invite the states and the UN system to support the implementation of CEDAW's general recommendation recognizing collective and individual rights of indigenous girls and women. With this instrument and its implementation with the active participation of all of us, we can enrich one another and somehow eradicate discrimination and exclusion. From this continental network of indigenous women of the Americas, we reaffirm our commitment to care for recovery and healing of the life of our peoples and on our planet. and for all human beings, because all of those living here on Earth must be included. And finally, how can we contribute to eradicating or eliminating those big barriers, not allowing us to lead decent lives? Widespread corruption, for instance, it's essential to pay attention to this. It's essential to pay attention to racism and the causes thereof, and how this leads to inequalities and discrimination in its many forms. And we must also eradicate violence wherever that happens in our lives, on our land. We must come together for that. The agencies, the states that are not here, because I'm sure that a paragraph will be included in the official document, and us as organized civil society and its diversity. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Tarsila Rivera. And now we will ask Ayesha Constable to take the floor, founder of Young People for Action on Climate Change from Jamaica.
Good day, everyone. I join my fellow panelists in saying how immense an opportunity this is for me as an Afro-Caribbean woman to share space with all of you to contribute to this dialogue because representation matters. And from the context of the Caribbean, it's important that in honor of the designation as a Latin America and the Caribbean, that we have space in these processes to validate the experience of Caribbean women, not in a tokenistic way, but in a way that allows us to co-create solutions and to, again, validate the voices and experiences. And so I join in thanking the organizers for inviting me. And on a more personal level, it's also an amazing feeling to share space with Latin American feminists, who I consider to be the most fearless, fiercest feminists of the world. And I am inspired just to be in this space and to see you in action in this way. What do women and girls and the environment have in common? Everything. Like women, the environment sustains us. Women and girls, like the environment, have been systematically and historically exploited in the name of economic development. Climate change, conflict, and COVID-19 have disproportionately impacted our women and continue to threaten our natural environment. And now, added to the burden of care that women have for children and of men, is the care for the environment, the care for an earth that increasingly faces threats of more severe droughts, biodiversity loss, and food insecurity. And in all of this, who stands to be most negatively impacted? Women and girls. In light of these intersecting and overlapping threats, conflict, COVID, and climate, we must acknowledge that there are significant challenges to a transformative recovery for young women in the Caribbean. One of the threats to this recovery is the prevalence of gender equality, pervasive gender inequality. As we all know, no country in Latin America and the Caribbean has achieved substantive equality between men and women. And despite all these efforts, we continue to see this manifested, particularly in sectors such as fisheries and agriculture, where men dominate in terms of income generation, women continue to own less of the lands, women continue to have more insecure tenure. And what does that mean? It means that women are going to continue to be most impacted by climate impacts. And the The impacts of climate change as it pertains to women and the manifestation of gender inequality, we see that in terms of the losses that women have when we have a hurricane, for example, in the Caribbean, or in the increased expenditure that women pay for resources such as water because of increased droughts, or in the loss of life in some instances. Data also shows that in terms of pervasive gender inequality, there continues to be gender-based violence that acts as a barrier to young women's access to opportunities. Research from the UNDP Caribbean Human Development shows that 30.4% of women in the Caribbean report higher rates of fear of sexual assault in comparison to 11% of men. And I will submit at this point that in Jamaica in particular, I think that young women are under siege. And I want to have that on record because we continue to be bombarded daily by reports of rape and murders of young women, and it is driving fear in the young women in our country. Recent data shows as well that men continue to have record high levels of income and wages as opposed to women. In Barbados, for example, the wages of men exceed that of women by 14 to 27%, and in Jamaica by 18 to 17%. So there's a massive wage gap and another factor that needs to be considered. These realities silence and deprive young women of the freedom to access all of their rights. It renders young women, especially those from lower economic circumstances, dependent on men and subject to abuse and violence. Our societies will not achieve a transformative recovery if every step is not taken to eradicate inequality through an intersectional lens using a human rights approach that seeks to meet the needs of the most vulnerable. We also will not achieve a transformative recovery if we continue to implement gender-blind recovery policies. In the aftermath of the pandemic, governments in the region start to implement social policies and fiscal responses to reduce the impacts on the poorest individuals and households. In Barbados, the minimum wage increase policy stood out as a progressive initiative with transformative potential, but it, however, was gender blind. It did not account for the effects of women's unpaid care work and their ability to engage, or their inability to engage in paid work during school closures, and the fact that they're heavily concentrated in the informal sector. Similarly, in Jamaica, the policy response did not have a gendered approach, and so women, in particular domestic workers, were not able to access cash transfer measures that were implemented by the government. Gender-blind policies will widen the inequality gap in our societies. A transformative recovery demands the application of a gender lens to all policies, economic policies, environmental policies, and only in this way can we work towards developing a transformative recovery. We also see that the continued stigmatization and othering of vulnerable groups is a barrier to a transformative recovery. Climate change has led to increased inability to access safe water, sanitation, and hygiene, and a disruption in the livelihoods of those who are at the lowest levels of economic development. There's an overload of care work, negatively impacting psychological and physical and emotional well-being, especially for those who work in the care sector, for refugees, indigenous populations, and gender diverse groups. Policies that treat young women as a homogeneous group rather than acknowledge the diversity of young women in the region will inadvertently widen the inequality gap and will fail to achieve a transformative recovery for all. We must not be afraid to advocate for those who do not look like us, those who do not sound like us, and those who do not share our beliefs. We should not intentionally silence persons because they do not represent what we believe is the status quo. We must honor the traditions of indigenous groups and individuals, and we must challenge ourselves and create space for people from these other groups. Unless we're able to do this, we will not achieve a transformative recovery for all girls. And all girls means acknowledging that girls include LGBT women and men, it includes indigenous individuals, it includes minority ethnicities, and we must include that in our decision-making. We also will not achieve a transformative recovery if we do not address the burden of care that women have. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, women spent an average of 22 and 42 hours per week on unpaid domestic work and caregiving tasks. And this regional data showed that with schools being physically closed, they had to spend more entertaining, feeding, and supporting their children. According to the World Food Program and CARICOM, 54% of women compared to 47% of men experienced an increase in unpaid domestic work, while 46% of women compared to 35% of men increased their childcare duties. The burden of care falls heavily on women, and I think that has been duly established, while jobs traditionally held by women were hardest hit. This burden is unduly extended to young women in the households. In Jamaica, for example, young women reported having to spend more time assisting younger siblings with schooling, as online schooling meant many parents were unable to manage technological tools. So as a young woman in the household, your parent cannot operate a tablet or the computer, that task falls on you. In some instances, young women were saddled with the responsibility to manage entire households to afford mothers a chance to work outside the home. In this case, they were exposed to increased sexual abuse by male members of the household, and there were also reports that there were increased incidents of teenage pregnancy around the time of COVID. Aging populations in the Caribbean also increase care responsibilities for women and pose a challenge for participation in work outside the home. A transformative recovery process must facilitate policy development that addresses and reduces the burden of care for women and support young women's free participation in the productive sectors, while giving them the freedom to choose how to participate in reproductive processes. We also must now acknowledge that in addition to the existing burden of care or the previous ways in which women cared, is that additional burden of caring for the planet. And we must find ways to support women and to remunerate women for that care for the planet. I heard one speaker from, I think it was Nicaragua yesterday, said that is our reality that we should work hard and die as women. And it really spoke to the experience that a lot of women in our region have, where the expectation is that you work hard all your life and then you die. And there has to be a way in which we give women time, space, and resources to do more than just work and die. Climate change and finance. Climate change impacts and the absence of climate finance to support the work, the care work that women do for environment is also an issue and a hindrance to a transformative recovery. The global climate crisis is being made worse by, the global care crisis is being made worse by the global climate crisis. And we have fully established what the biophysical impacts of the crisis are. However, we must also consider the ways in which our governments are now looking to respond to the climate crisis. Recently, in the negotiations at COP27 in Egypt, the General Secretary for the UNFCCC, Simon Steele, said that he wanted to thank young people for putting climate change at the top of the global agenda. I want to say that young women place climate change at the top of the global agenda. And for this, young women continue to be victimized for their opinions and their advocacy. I also want to challenge the gender institutions in our countries to pay attention to decisions that are being made around the just transition and adaptation and climate finance. We need to apply a gender lens to the analysis of where gender finance is going, climate finance is going, so that we understand whether or not it is also contributing to worsening the gaps between men and women in accessing resources for climate response. Finally, I want to flag that the pursuit of flawed economic models in pursuit of economic gain continue to be a hindrance to a transformative recovery. In response to COVID-19, our governments are revamping efforts to pursue mining in some of our countries as a means of economic development. In Jamaica, this has been through the bauxite industry. In Guyana, this has been through the drilling for fossil fuels. And this cannot be acceptable because we are in an economic crisis. We must realize that these industries have a history of undermining opportunities, of undermining the rights, the health, for young men and women in particular. And we also want to flag that this will not provide the resources and the support for a transformative recovery. In the words of Minister Montero of Spain, who spoke yesterday, she said, care work is itself the ultimate engine of economic growth. And so any effort to kickstart our economies and drive a transformative economy must see care as the engine of growth and not extractive industries. The systematic devaluation of care must end. Our governments must address the climate crisis through policies and plans that address the care economy and the contribution of women to care. There are world leaders who see climate crisis as merely an opportunity to access climate finance, and that is a problem. The focus should instead be on building resilient people, resilient women, and ensuring fair distribution and use of the resources. All actions must consider the extreme cases of exclusion and deprivation and not try to address the average circumstances that our data presents. Our work and decision-making should be grounded in both the qualitative and quantitative data to allow for the reality of those who suffer to be addressed. When we gather in these rooms, we must not forget the images of need and neglect that we observe on our way here. As we walk through the streets of Buenos Aires or anywhere else in the world, we must ask ourselves, how do my actions as an activist, a policymaker, a technocrat lend to the problems our world faces? And how do my decisions support a transformation? We must alter ourselves as champions for equity. And that means addressing the issues of women and girls as a way of addressing the needs of all humanity. We will not achieve a transformative recovery through tokenism. We will not achieve a transformative recovery by doubling down on efforts to resuscitate predatory patriarchy through capitalism built on the backs of women. We will not achieve a just recovery by excluding gender diverse peoples. We will not achieve a transformative recovery by merely checking a box for the inclusion of indigenous women, poor women, rural women, and minority ethnicities. We'll only achieve that when we are brave enough to acknowledge our privileges and ask ourselves, how do my being in this room, representing the over 300 million women in Latin America and the Caribbean, make a difference? The only transformative recovery is a feminist recovery, and the only lasting change is a system change. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Muchísimas gracias para Yesha Constable. Sigue en el uso de la palabra Linda McGeer, directora regional para América Latina y el Caribe del Programa de Naciones Unidas para el Desarrollo.
Bueno, gracias. Muy buenas tardes a todas, a todos. Me gusta saludar a todas las
I'd like to greet all the participants at the 15th Regional Conference on Women, in particular, the ministers, the mechanism for the advancement of women, and delegations participating of the conference. All our colleagues and sister UN agencies, as well as the international organizations, and in particular, special greetings to the women and feminist associations present here in the room. Finally, I'd also like to greet our distinguished panelists with me here today. Special greetings to all of them. I would like to begin by remembering, as Aisha correctly said, that at this time, right now, the COP27 is taking place, a framework convention of the UN on climate change. This forum, I mentioned because of the needs to take urgent action to stop global warming, and also represents an opportunity, a historical opportunity, to keep on making progress regarding the empowerment of women in climate affairs. The countries participating at the COP will be looking into the gender working plan, and we hope that commitments of this new action plan will be more ambitious and translate into gender proposals, responsive, innovative, and the implementation of gender commitments included in the new generation of nationally determined contributions. And as to the financing for climate affairs, we need to establish who's responsible. The last report by UNDP on human development, uncertain times, unstable lives, will affect the future of a world in transformation, was recently launched and states clearly that we live in a world defined by three uncertainties that interact. The first one is associated to the climate change of the Anthropocene and its interaction with the human inequalities. That is to say, the climate crisis and the crisis of nature, the concentration of power, and the deep structural inequalities. The second is the transition to new ways of the industrial society organization, trying to get and achieve similar transformations, similar to those that took place in the framework of transition when the societies moved from agricultural to industrial. And the third one is the intensifying of political and social polarization between countries and inside countries, facilitated by the use made of the new digital technologies. In June this year, the UN General Assembly declared that each and every one of us on the planet has a right to a clean, sustainable, and healthy environment. And at the UNDP, we're happy about the resolution, though we've made a note that the enjoyment of environmental rights is an equity. You may ask yourselves, why do we talk about environmental rights of women at a regional conference whose main issue is the care society? The reason is that the planet and social crisis that are unprecedented as lived recently has made it evident that there is an undeniable close connection in between the gender inequalities, power, uneven power relations, and the environmental degradation. And what does this interrelation mean in the lives of women specifically? We know that in situations of environmental crisis, there is a significant increase of domestic work and the work of care and community work, all of it unpaid. The increase in the magnitude and frequency of hurricanes that we've experienced in Central America and the Caribbean has translated into an increase of caregiving responsibilities that thousands of women that live in cities or rural areas have to bear. For instance, as a consequence of the Etna volcano, 400,000 women were left without health services, basic health services, and had to produce caregiving for the sick people, ill people affected by the hurricane. We see these patterns not just in big disasters like a volcano, but also in droughts, which we are experiencing and have experienced due to El Niño, increasing the number of hours of women and girls that they have to invest in seeking water for domestic use. And even the loss of biodiversity also has an impact on care, because of this disappearance will mean an increase of the domestic works and chores of women in connection with the agriculture, as many women know, and which allows to guarantee food security for their families. So it's all interconnected. On the other hand, the unfair organization of care limits and restricts women's autonomy, affecting their full involvement and effective involvement in environmental solutions. It also restricts the possibility of participating in new productive, sustainable patterns or making the most of green jobs, formal green jobs that come about after a fair transition to low in carbon models. We also need to address the structural gender inequalities, but over 80% of the decolonization programs take place in sectors that are currently occupied majority by men. To reverse this reality, we need women to enjoy environmental autonomy, to be able to access and control natural resources and take free decisions, guaranteeing life in a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Environmental independence recognizes rules, knowledge is a need, and the contribution of women to environmental protection and sustainable use of natural resources. Environmental autonomy cross-cuts all autonomies. It's not possible to be physically, politically autonomous if you don't have a sustainable environment that will guarantee decision makings and the use of resources by women. Thank you very much.
We thank all panelists. Thank you, Marcelo Cosillas, for reminding us about how important the Escazú Agreement is, referring to the principles of access to information, to participation, and access to justice, reminding us that there we have an important legal instrument that we can use in our countries, in our struggles and advocacy for climate change affairs. Thank you, Liana, too, for reminding us that regardless of the fact that legal mechanisms are in place, we must care for one another together and in a community, and for reminding us that we should not forget our environmental advocates, life advocates who are incarcerated for political reasons. We must not forget political prisoners. Thank you for reminding us of that. Thank you, Tarsila Rivera, a historical leader in our region, for reminding us how important a balanced use of resources is, and for reminding us about the importance of using the legal mechanisms of the Convention on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the right to be consulted, the right to have prior informed information before decisions are made that have an impact on the indigenous peoples in the many threatened territories, how important it is to defend our territories that have a lot of the wealth on our planet, and that our sisters have been protecting, exposed to threats and danger, and also that we use the recent CEDAW resolution on the rights of indigenous girls and women. We must bear this in mind, apply it, since it is an important tool for our solidarity-based work to defend our land, our territories. Ayesha, thank you very much for reminding us of the great importance of working with young women across our region. She highlighted the predominance of gender-based inequalities in all regions and the importance struggles that must be fared, and the importance of facing all these things in an inclusive manner from a gender perspective with intersectionality and all the problems we face regarding the environment can only be faced with a feminist recovery. This is a very strong notion. Thank you for highlighting it. Linda made a very interesting presentation that brings to our mind the importance of delving deeper into what is being discussed at COP27, structural inequality issues that lead to all these uncertainties that we must respond to. Our mechanisms and activist organizations must face these climate threats. There's a greater polarization and politicization, and we must reinforce our skills for dialogue to be able to counteract these very strong effects on our countries that is reinforced by the abuse in the use of technological devices. You highlighted environmental autonomy, which is a very important aspect. All the autonomies we are struggling for. I thank all panelists. I'm sure you all have a lot more to say, but we now have food for thought and can analyze further a series of instruments and mechanisms that are being addressed at different forums. And Tarsila mentioned this too. Mechanisms for the advancement of women present here, as well as other organizations, must bear in mind advocacy vis-a-vis those institutions dealing with the environment in our countries, to see how we mainstream our point of view and including in the agenda care for the planet and the right we have for advocacy vis-a-vis the authorities that regulate matters that have an impact on the environment. When they authorize big projects, we must make our voices heard there. And there are a series of initiatives that have to do with economic autonomy and job creation. I mean, we can link care to that. And we must also be linked to the green economy so that it also benefits women. Before ending my participation here, from the National Women's Institute, would like to thank UN Women and ECLAC for organizing this event, and to UN Women for allowing me to participate in this conference. Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to the representative of UN Women in the region.
Thank you very much for allowing me to take the floor. I just wanted to convey three messages that I would like to strengthen. First, the Escazú agreement is a big legal instrument, as our mate said. It's the only one we have in the world, and we all have to agree on that and truly reinforce protection mechanisms about the work of the human rights defenders and the defenders of the earth. It's not possible that in our region, is designated the region where more human rights and earth rights defenders die. We recently launched a conference, a meeting of women that were peace builders. And that's what we're calling upon. Let's have more mediating women's peace builders among our women, among our sisters, that will allow to use the cosmovision and the knowledge of indigenous people on care, that is, in a continuous movement, protecting the rights of our Mother Earth and protects the rights of the persons of our family. This means that caregiving systems are intersectional and intercultural, and that those needs, differentiated as they are pertinent. Promoting coordination and consistency in between the policies protecting the environment and the care systems. We need that consistency in between the environmental protection systems and caregiving systems. In the second place, we have to advance the participation of rural, indigenous, and Afro-descendant women in decision-making spaces regarding caring for the environment and food security. Governments, international agencies, companies, we all have to work hand in hand, including in an inclusive way and allowing for the participation of rural, indigenous women is always present and instrumental to the policies regarding care and naturally regarding the protection of the environment. Through integrated green approaches, sustainable circular economy, adaptation and mitigation of climate change, we'll always be better informed if we include them. And we also have to boost the work with community women associations that play an essential role in the efforts for collective care within our territories. These associations support the care society by caring for people, households, common property, the environment, etc. It is also indispensable for us to recognize the value of communal caring communities. And I invite you to a parallel side event that we're going to host, and we're going to address all these things. And I want to tell you that CSW this year had a priority the pursuit of equality, empowering women and girls in the context of policies and programs for climate change, the environment, and the reduction of the risk of disasters. So I invite you to revisit those conclusions, that it was so difficult to get adopted, but they were adopted. So thank you very much for giving me the floor, and see you later.
Bueno, damos por concluida.
So, calling it a day, we're closing the panel. Now we have, excuse me, Madam Chair, the officer of the INAMO of Costa Rica, 1:15, there are side events. We can, there's 10 minutes more for countries to take the floor. So if there's any delegation that would like to take the floor, I see Cuba putting up her sign, and then Honduras. Good afternoon. Cuba, in its small island state in a developing nation, is frequently facing natural disasters that have been intensified because of climate change. Thus, I wish to thank, on behalf of my country, to the sharing of the best practices of the lessons learned, including those that we learned today in the morning, to achieve in our country full participation in a significant way of women and decision-making in the context of climate change, environment, and policies and programs for the reduction of disasters and risks. Cuba has a robust, structured, organized system to manage the reduction of disaster risk, led by the civil defense and with a full involvement in an inclusive, equitable, and significant way of women. They have led actively the development of actions aimed at the reduction of the vulnerability of people, of their goods and economic resources, by reducing the exposure to problems, and the alliance of state-owned institutions, such as social organizations and civil society organizations, is vital in the work done to have more perception of risks at all levels. In particular, as our sister from Maria Noel said, in the communities, to raise the knowledge and the involvement of all the population when we have to face climate change, and to extend education spaces and awareness spaces in the mass media with a gender approach. This is all indispensable. Best practices are also the design and publication of the community handbook on inclusive management for the reduction of disaster risks. An educational tool that talks about the gender, childhood, and disability dimensions, focusing on the family, community, and institutions, school institutions, with strategies for prevention and response given the different types of natural disasters. And at the same time, stimulating and promoting the generation of awareness regarding the environment. On the other hand, the project Environmental Basis for Food Sustainability in a Local Place, based on the adaptation of climate change in the agricultural sector, included gender equality as an essential principle with effective strategy to make visible capabilities, knowledges, and potential of women in the agricultural and cattle raising sector at all levels. Likewise, the country has articulated the initiative for gender equality in the adaptation to climate change that places as fore and foremost the integration of the gender perspective in the actions to be taken in respect of climate change, actively involving women in their transforming role regarding all mitigation processes, both nationally and domestically and internationally. Another best practice is the initiative to strengthen the system of early warnings in the meteorological aspects designed to protect population and economic resources in vulnerable areas from floods, with the inclusion of a gender-based approach. So all these practices and policies in the country are compiled in our national plan to face this called Vida or Life job.
We now recognize Honduras. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank panelists on both panels this morning. The first has provided a wealth of very important inputs for Central American countries, particularly. We believe that in our case, we are designing the roadmap to be able to do or move towards what the conference is called the Care Society. We believe we are going to put in place a care system, of course, and I thank UN Women and ECLAC because I feel that you're already supporting us so that we can work hand in hand along this path. This last panel, well, I loved it when the colleague from Honduras mentioned one of the main problems in these last few days when we've been here. I would have loved to have been there to support the Minister of Human Rights that went out to the field on site to protest against the actions of the Supreme Court of Justice that we have inherited from the drug-based dictatorship. the actions that were ordered against the Garifuna inhabitants. We know we must support them not only to defend, but also to protect and promote their human rights. So those who are here in this room and those who are listening in, as the government of Honduras, headed by the first female president, we publicly denounce this justice system in Honduras that continues implementing patriarchal, chauvinistic, discriminatory, hatred-based, violence-based, and violation-based practices, violating the human rights of our women, our girls, boys, and men in the Punta Gorda area, the Garifuna communities. We will be visiting them as soon as we get back after this regional conference. I want to make it clear that our president has publicly reported the fact that this judiciary must respect the human rights of women, girls, and of the whole of the population, because after we've reported all those violations against us, we now cannot go against our own peoples. We will never be accomplices of violations to human rights in Honduras. We support our president in this struggle. As I said yesterday, she is experiencing political violence from the previous dictatorship that is still embedded in this document. It's still alive within our government, and we are fighting against this. Thank you very much. I thank the delegate of Honduras, and now we recognize Argentina.
Good morning, everybody. The Ministry of Women, Gender and Diversity of Argentina, though it's not the governing agency for public policies on the environment and climate change, understands the differentiated way that this phenomenon is affecting women and the LGBTQI+ group. We've observed how complex it's getting and how the effects of the climate change generate these inequalities and deepen the existing ones, how the sexual division of labor and the unfair organization of care deepens and is a backlash on them. That's why at this opportunity, we want to share an experience of our ministry in the articulation with the Environment Ministry and the Sustainable Development, which we are carrying out. And this is the first national gender diversity and climate change strategy that we're putting forward. One of the core pillars is making visible and recognizing the social importance of the caregiving jobs, which is indispensable for life to keep going. That's why I believe that any climate decision in respect of the agenda needs to be cross-cut by redistribution, reorganization, reappreciation socially of the caregiving jobs. That's why we started this strategy by means of a diagnosis participatory process in the pursuit of quality data obtained participatorily, paying heed to all the territories of our country and all the organizations engaged in these issues who are familiar precisely with what affects us in each little place of our country, a big and extensive country as it is. And on the other hand, we would like to build governance scenarios where interaction can be held together collectively by all women associations of all the provinces and all the environment ministries, because we believe that climate change and gender issues and the issues that affect women and LGBT+ are not
but we are also the future. The future does not exist yet. Climate change and the fight against climate change are essential matters that must be priority ones that are affecting above all women and girls, because they are in charge of household work, cooking, bringing water, cleaning. We don't even have access to water. This is a right that is missing more and more. Our communities have to walk kilometers for women to have access to water. They can't clean their food, putting at risk their health. It makes me sad to hear about this situation. In our country, we can't access water. Our communities are being harmed by this. I'd like to say that youth in my country are becoming activists in this field. I'd want to ask you to bear in mind our voices, because we have a lot to say. Our voices are being denied. Although we ask over and over again to be heard, this is not possible. I want you to know that care also affects us. Going out into the streets to buy bread for our families is a mental burden, and we must be taken into consideration. Having to look after our siblings, our younger siblings, this burden falls on us. Our mothers come back awfully tired from a day's work, and they have to see to us. We need you to issue a manifesto. And also education is being done away with, because we do care work too. Our rights are being violated day after day. And you are just there looking at what's going on.
Thank you, Mexico. I don't see anybody else wanting to take the floor. I just wanted, before calling it a day, I wanted to tell the Honduras delegate that we as defenders will continue on the alert, demanding guarantees to be fulfilled as the human rights of our sisters and brothers who are defending human rights and the indigenous people. And the government needs to do what it has to do. Thank you, FAO. Thank you very much. Dear participants, greetings on behalf of FAO. It's a pleasure to be able to be a part of this regional conference, in particular this panel, making visible the need to articulate and connect the society of care with the protection of life and the planet as a main pillar to foster the development policies in the region. There are different dimensions, and the women are victims of social inequality cross-cuttingly in our society, and this is even made worse in the rural areas and in more vulnerable groups of our region. The inequalities that women have to undergo, we have ethnic and territorial inequalities, and we can't talk properly about rural development if that doesn't entail a struggle against gender inequality. And that's why it's important to achieve equality between men and women regarding sustainable production of food and rural development to eradicate poverty and hunger. It cannot be thought to think of the reorganization of rural territories if women keep on being invisible, excluded, violated, and with serious structural limitations that keep them from accessing resources and to have a real actual participation in social and political processes. Women are transformation actors to face the challenge of productivity in a sustainable way and are key elements of actions taken in the territory, the organization of a community, and contribute actively to preservation and fighting against the degradation of natural resources and undertake the burden of biodiversity. FAO wants to improve the statistics on the effects of climate change and social natural disasters broken down by sex, ethnic group, age group and territory by allowing for the application and implementation of methodologies to rate the existing gender issues as well as the SDGs, together with all the effects that affect the agricultural sector and the damages resulting from that. At FAO, we want actions with a significant impact, such as inclusive production, always gender-based, improving the availability of official statistics broken down by sex, fighting against the gaps between men and women in their resilience and capability of adapting to climate change, and other initiatives. The gender-based approaches that are transforming can help address gender stereotype issues, thinking of the burden that girls and women have to put up with domestically and unpaid work. As to care policies, unfortunately, they're almost non-existent in the rural area and are limited to some attendance at schools for some in the early childhood. That's why it's important to develop care systems that address the needs of rural populations and that take action on the knowledge redistribution of care by articulating policies, programs, and projects, recognizing the territory in respect of all the possibilities of being cared for, the intersectionality and the protection of systems in the countries for a rural, inclusive, and sustainable development that will exclude nobody. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, FAO, for taking the floor. And I think if the chair allows, this is the end of this panel. Lots of you and your delegations are going to the side events, and thus we will not be able to take more requests to take the floor. And we will be meeting again at 3 p.m. at the same room to go on with our program. And thank you very much.
Mati. ¿Me das audio? Mati, ¿me pones todo en azul? Y me haces un favor, Fer, ¿no me apagas la luz del salón? Desde la pared me pones el black, de atrás, justo atrás de los cargadores del lado de las cabinas. ¿Eso es azul solo o es azul con blanco? ¿100% del azul? ¿Y me podés subir un poquito el escenario? ¿Tenés posibilidad de solamente manejar estos dos freneles? Acá tengo uno apagado que es el de señas, ¿no? Ese y ese, perfecto. Bájame el segundo y déjame más encendido el primero. A ver, baja uno. Baja uno. Déjame solo el de señas. El que está al lado del proyector, déjame solo desencendido. ¿Se van sumando? Sí. Claro, el cierre yo creo que en estos momentos tengo dos encendidos. Ahora tengo uno solo, ese. ¿A ese le podés dar intensidad? Gracias. Buenísimo. Volvemos a la normalidad, por favor. ¿Me habilitas sala de vuelta, Fer? Gracias. No hace falta, Román.
Les damos buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, everybody. We'll be asking all the delegations to be seated so that we can start briefly this panel.
Bueno, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Madam Ministers, delegates, we will be presenting the document Breaking the Statistical Silence to Achieve Gender Equality by 2030. Implementation of the Information Systems Pillar of the Montevideo Strategy for the implementation of the regional gender agenda within the Sustainable Development Framework by 2030. This is a key panel for us women and of diversity in Argentina. We need to make progress in the articulation of women mechanisms and the statistics offices as strategic and key players. Clemencia Carabalí will be the moderator at my left. She's the Presidential Advisor for Women's Equity of Colombia. Thank you. Thank you very much, all of you, for all of you present at this meeting, and special greetings to the Argentine government for having made the space available and having allowed this wonderful meeting to take place. A meeting of women from the region, from Latin America and the Caribbean, who have decided to assemble here this week to share our experiences. Huge job we do, each one of us at different countries with our organizational dynamics, because we are the civil society women who have given birth to these spaces, allowing for more and more progress for the full achievement of our citizenship and the rights of women. So we also want to congratulate UN Women for their commitment to the region with the progress made by women and our rights, allowing for this kind of a scenario where the sum of our dreams helps build up peace. We equally want to congratulate ECLAC for putting the woman issue in the center of their actions. And I'd also like to greet my colleagues here at the head table, my dear Ana Güemes Garcia, the chief of the Division for Gender Affairs of ECLAC, and extremely engaged as she is, engaged and committed to. It's truly convinced that the change begins at us. We would like to greet Marco Labaña, Director of the National Institute of Statistics and Census of Argentina, and Argentina being the chair of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, and equally wish to greet Nadine Gassman, President of the National Women Institute of Mexico, and Raúl Garcia, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC. And thank you very much for your commitment. I've noticed that you've been all along here with us all these days. He's the Deputy Executive Secretary. Our speaker, Clemencia Carabalí, is pointing that out. And Jimena Arias, Secretary of the ECLAC Commission, and Lorena Balabine, representative of the chair and the government of Argentina.
Para romper el silencio.
To break statistical silence, it is fundamental to have properly broken down information with an intersessional, intercultural, and interterritorial gender approach that will allow women to be visible in all their diversity, especially the women who have historically not been taken into consideration, the women of indigenous people, Afro-descendants, Black, Palaiceros, and Raizales. The rural women, the rural with diverse gender identities, as well as migrant women and disabled women. And that's why this document, Breaking the Statistical Silence, is for us of extreme importance in this exercise, not just in the exercise of making our contributions visible, but also the fact that the other women, the marginal women, the women that are marginal in their own territory, in our region, this is a tool helping equality, inclusion, and naturally to generate guarantees regarding the empowerment so that our contributions can keep on being effective, but in particular, for them to keep being taken into account in a more prevailing way. We would thus like our dear Ana Güemes to come forward and start her presentation in the panel. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all of you. Madam Chair. And and thank you, Argentina, as the host country, and now the presidency, holding the presidency of our regional conference on women in Latin America and the Caribbean, Clemencia Carabalí, presidential advisor for a long time of women's rights, and right now presidential advisor for women's equity of Colombia. Nadine Gassman, president of the National Women's Institute of Mexico, also for such a long time engaged in women's rights and statistics, and our partner and close ally, Marco Lavagna, as president of SEA. What a pleasure to have you here together with my ECLAC deputy secretary as chair of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. So I wanted to say, besides the pleasure of having met in person these days, part of these, the good thing of these meetings is to get in touch with the physical publications. So I want to thank the efforts made by all the teams to make it not just with a digital document that we've read so many of them in these days, but also with our document in paper. So greetings to the delegations of the governments, to the UN system, the civil society with us. In the first place, I'd like to tell you that this document is presented as a milestone because it's the first document produced by two subsidiary bodies of ECLAC, the Regional Conference on Women and the Statistical Conference of the Americas, with which we have a close relationship that we will be able to even deepen even more. So I want to thank my colleague Rolando Campo, who is listening to us through live, the Statistical Directorate. We've put together this effort together, and the wording group headed by Lucia Curo, higher official of social affairs, Diana Vaca Trigo, that is also watching from the statistical office where she's serving right now. And Carolina Miranda, here she is, our research assistant, and Valentina Perrota, all of them working at getting this paper ready. And who have fed from conversations and contributions that you've handed over, the women mechanisms, as well as national statistical agencies. So this document reflects lots of your contributions that you've handed over. The document is structured in 7 chapters: regional architecture, how this architecture that ECLAC has in an intergovernment way has favored the work and production of statistics, how we've made progress with cross-cutting statistics in the national systems, something that we've learned a lot about, how to deepen and strengthen partnerships with those that produce and use information, what to measure to make progress in a fair society, and an action decade towards 2030. The first thing I'd have to say is that this is a report that we're making available on the implementation of the Montevideo strategy, which, as you all know, the idea was to implement the 2030 agenda and the regional gender agenda by means of 10 implementation pillars. This is the first report on one of the pillars, but the idea is to explore the other pillars subsequently, in particular, information systems, the IT systems. We said in Montevideo, transform data and information and knowledge in political decisions. Then we also have in this publication the information on the other approach that we included in the Montevideo strategy. We had been working on this concept of autonomy, physical autonomy, autonomy to take decisions, and economic autonomy. And in Montevideo, we defined what we call the 4 structural challenges of inequality. I won't be mentioning them because you all know what they are, but I'll tell you what the document says about them. The cascading crisis, the development crisis, as the executive secretary of ECLAC said, caused all these structural challenges to be deepening. And that's what we've been talking about and presented in the position paper. The document includes many more data, but I'll present some that our team has put forward. The first one is the idea of a greater concentration of income among the men in the 70 countries was analyzed in the region. Only 33% of the individual income from work is in the hands of women. But if you see how income is concentrated, we see that this gap gets even much, much worse in the quintiles with fewer resources. This accounts for this deep inequality and how gender inequality is cross-cut by social economic inequality. So the first thing to say in the second one, what we see is an analysis, though obviously this is part of what we were talking, the breakdown is still a challenge in many countries. When we see the productive inclusion, it is indigenous women compared, for instance, non-indigenous men or non-Afro descendants make almost 3 times if we compare it to the same schooling for indigenous women with the same schooling. Men that are not indigenous, are not Afro descendants, as you see, 3 times more their income. Another of the challenges is the division of labor and the unfair social organization of care. We've said so already, the women in the region use 3 times as much their time for domestic work and care work in an unpaid manner. And here we've analyzed on the left, you see the wheels, right? So there you can see what's happening, what's going on with the young people. 38% young women fall into the non-studying, no working for a remuneration. The NEET sector. Compared to 33% of young men. That means there's a very serious problem regarding the labor share for youth. We're very concerned about jobs for young people, but when we make the comparison, we see that for women, when you ask women, which is the main reason on account of which you can't approach the labor market, the women mention as the first reason the need to give care and their caregiving responsibilities. 51% of the young women mention this cause. And when we ask the reason, when we analyze the case of men, the reason is unemployment. So you see, there's a double gap, the lack of employment and also the overburden of work and unpaid work. Then we can also look at the concentration of power and hierarchy in the public sphere. Today in the morning, I was remembering in a panel of the Inter-American Task Force in the thinking of women, I was remembering that in the Quito conference, the regional conference on women, highlighted in particular the need to move forward parity-wise and care societies. These are two pillars of the same change position. But when we see the different domestic parliaments, we see that only 37% of the seats are occupied. But if we go to the local indicators regarding SDGs, only 25% of the seats in the local legislatures are filled by women. And finally, the last one, but certainly not least important, is the idea of cultural patterns, patriarchal, discriminatory, violent, the way the privileged culture, which is also something that ECLEC has also worked at. We see that the country is running specific surveys on violence, or rather, we see 63% and 76% of women have been the victims of violence because of gender reasons in different areas of their life. Much more than when we look at the violence in a couple, how the studies have measured these elements in some prevailing situations. And we've also made a point of this in the conference, the obligation we have of doing away with a harmful practice, which is the child marriage or early unions. Chile is the last country to join to eliminate the child marriage. Minister Orellana was talking about that, but to interrupt it in practice all the same is a big challenge. And here you have it. The percentage is greater than the global percentage. We're talking of 22% of girls married or in an early union before they're 18. So this is the chapter on how statistics can convey information as to the gap of inequality. This is very important because when we get to talking about gender equality, it's very important to show information, to show how discrimination works. It is all fundamental. But besides that, we have a regional architecture. Following one. On one hand, built 45 years after the Conference on Women, which has systematically put forward the idea of statistics and IT systems, and which in 2007, precisely after the Quito Conference, posed the creation of the Gender Equality Conference, which takes place in our region, and which in the division of the gender agenda, we're responsible together with many UN agencies, as well as SERGIF and the systematic support of the Spanish Cooperation Agency for Development ever since the start, to develop and to work, for the development of work. So that instrument is something we share, which has also made progress with the different commitments we will engage in. You will, actually, the countries will undertake tomorrow. On the other hand, there is a process that began at Aguascalientes, and these are the international gender statistics meetings, an initiative promoted by UN Women, INEFI, coordinatedly with ECLAC and UN Women. This year, we'll be celebrating the 23rd anniversary and 20 years of the specialists in the use of time. We got talking to lots of you about these meetings, how they evolved. They were a moment to share experiences and how progress was made. And at the SEAT was key, the creation of a statistics group, gender statistics, that is, and the progress made with the production of the methodological guides on gender statistics. But I believe Mr. Lavagna, who belongs to SEA, will talk us more of this. And in a historical resolution, the countries recognize the gender issues and are working for the incorporation of the gender issue in all working groups. So we have, regionally speaking, an advising group that stands by all the process for cross-cutting gender issues. In all the SEA, there is an emphasis on the initial stages, because what happens sometimes is that somebody is called in to look into the gender perspective when they've already completed a production process and statistical work, when actually what is very important is to get on and work and practice, and there's specific leadership of countries that want to implement it. We have a working group that will put forward in the next 2 years, we've already begun to work at it, a tool that will be a guide for the incorporation of the gender perspective in all the national. So 2 subsidiary bodies, deeply interconnected, a systematic meeting, a roadmap, and now you'll get some more. And this is the cross-cutting features in all the statistical works of the region.
Here we are referring to partnerships between data producers and data users as a guiding entity, the mechanisms for advancement of women, the ministries, institutes, and national statistics agencies. But this will also happen at the territorial level. We've made great reference to territories in our regional environment, and this is work that we have supported from ECLAC and the conferences to really reinforce this dialogue. Now, what does dialogue mean? Partnerships dialogue call for systemic coordination, and in some countries, by law, they've generated a common language. It entails also consulting, allocating resources, having roles and responsibilities, coordinating the mandates of one and another. These are examples that we've included. At least 18 countries at least have a web page or a site to disseminate gender statistics. Some have national observatories, maps, gender atlas. And then we refer to criteria for selecting indicators for observatories. We are most interested in traceability, sustainability, intersectionality, how to bring down observatories to the ground, to the territory, and how to compare at the international level. For producing gender statistics, another key area is producing statistics regarding gender-based violence in the case of women and girls. All our countries have ratified CEDAW and the Belém do Pará Convention. All countries have some sort of legislation so as to end violence. And there are 13 countries in the region that have comprehensive laws. 18 have criminalized femicides. And the last column that's more interesting for today's conversation, 10 countries already have regulations in their legislation on production of data and information on gender-based violence against girls and women and femicides. We were talking to Marcos Lavagna before starting with this panel on how important registries are for these statistics. But it's also a pioneer region, very much advanced in this field. We want some of the progress made in the region. We talked this over in Aguascalientes. We've already included questions on gender identity in censuses in the current round and in ongoing surveys in our host country and in the one that's moderating this panel. Well, these are countries moving in that direction. We've used more inclusive terms. The questioned term of head of household in several censuses. We are calling this person the person of reference. We are integrating data and sources. We are using administrative records, for instance, in areas that are innovative, like digital divides, financial gaps, and we are gathering data in a more innovative manner, looking at the difference between a household, a family, a home, which is not the same. And then the document talks about what we need to measure to move towards a care society. We must first say that this is a region that was a key one, and we were recalling with Maria Ángeles Durán how this region was a key stakeholder in Beijing to show how important it was to measure time and measure unpaid work. And we have 23 countries with some sort of time use survey. 10 countries have some sort of economic valuation of unpaid domestic and care work, and 5 countries that have satellite accounts for this purpose. This is an essential change that we wanted to mention. These are the experiences that we have included. There are many more, but they are referencing with Argentina's federal care map, the communities of care in the Dominican Republic, the district care system in Bogota. All these are efforts to coordinate economic, demographic information with maps to match them. And we have opportunities in population censuses to understand new forms of organization within the households. There's a challenge ahead of us. We are working in support of the Caribbean on how to measure time use, the idea of the civil registry and vital statistics, which are essential to better characterize the demographic transition and follow up on care policies and health policies. Then the statistics on persons with disabilities, how to survey living conditions, their dependents, care analysis. Then migration is another field in which we must open up our conversation even further, characterizing those phenomena in migrant populations like global care chains, the demand for care while on the move. Then there are administrative records. This is a broad topic for our conversation because ultimately, as one of my teachers said, Paldope, surveys are a snapshot, but what shows us the complete film are administrative records. We need to have records, information systems based on services that are systematically done. Then household surveys and national labor force surveys, allowing us to see the labor force and better characterize the enhanced care of the enhanced field of care and the relationship of women with self-consumption, what's happening with informality, with the rural sector, and of course, continue working on time use surveys and on the valuation of domestic work, unpaid work. And in a decade of action to 2030, we considered the 10 implementation pillars of the Montevideo strategy, and we developed ideas in each of these pillars, that of having regulatory frameworks that guide, govern, provide sustainability to resources, looking into gender statistics and surveys. That's fundamental. The participation of civil society, feminist movements, of specialized academia. We have challenges too in the environmental field. The gender perspective cuts across all sustainable development areas. There is expertise, but we want to further this conversation and participation too. That's what we've been doing as from Aguascalientes, generate conversations, commitment, discussion, then cooperation, ensure that tools are generated and be able to compare at the regional level. That's something that is of concern to us at this SCA Statistical Conference of the Americas. And finally, we go back to where our mandate came from. This idea that we had of transforming data into information into public policies. That is what we agreed upon in Montevideo during the regional conference on women. And now the great challenge is to turn information into outcomes. I would like to wrap up by thanking you all very much for your work, all those institutions that made contributions, sent their comments. This is a report that of course will be updated through the requests sent out to countries by the statistics division with whom the regional commissions are collaborating. I wish to thank the Wellspring Foundation who allowed us to carry out this work. And above all, I'd like to say that ultimately we are a region that has innovated, that is making progress, and that has 2 subsidiary bodies that help all this effort to turn into what we all want, which is substantive equality, autonomy for women, full participation too in the economy, in society, in culture, and in all decision-making sectors. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Ana.
Thank you very much, dear Anna. And now we're going to ask Mr. Marco Lavagna to take the floor. He's from the National Institute of Statistics and Censuses of Argentina in his capacity as chair of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. Marcos is an economics graduate from the Catholic University in Argentina. In 2019, he became the director of the National Institute of Statistics and Censuses. And from 2015 to 2019, he was a national congressman for the city of Buenos Aires, and there served as second vice president of the Budget Commission, the Treasury Commission, and the Two-House Commission for Tax Reform. He was a teacher at El Salvador University, at the Catholic University, and is an expert on the design of plans and statistical programs for private companies and public agencies. Dear Marco, please take the floor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's an honor for me to be here on behalf of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, to play this role and to be present here at this Regional Conference of Women. Indeed, Anna was saying so before, the cooperative work we're doing at the Statistical Conference of the Americas within the statistics area of ECLAC and the women area, I think is central. So congratulations to all ECLAC for this big effort you're carrying out to do the job. The document Breaking Statistical Silence to Achieve Gender Equality by 2030. I say the whole title not to get mixed up with it. So I say this document, regardless of the statistics provided and the data compiled regarding the different countries, I think it's additionally important because it shows the progress made in this issue. No minor thing to see what has been taking place all this time about gender statistics and gender inequality. So I think it's very important this is very important for the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The document is very important because it allows to have a line of work. The Statistical Conference of the Americas is the main forum for exchanges, coordination, cooperation within the statistics offices of the different countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. And to have a document that will allow us to see the progress made and to a certain extent mark the way, the road for us at the statistics office is very important. And for ECLAC, for the Statistical Conference of the Americas under ECLAC, it's very important because it allows to grasp a pillar on which to base our different actions. Anna mentioned countries which had already run surveys from the 70s to date, 23 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean have measured domestic work time and time used for caring. 23 countries have femicide data, 24 submit information of women under 24 years old that prior to being 18 years old were in some sort of union. 24 countries had surveys on the prevalence of violence against women. And in some countries, as Anna rightly said, we included issues on gender identity in the population census. This is big progress, and it's good for us all to be aware of them. I think this also allows us to make visible and to put in perspective the long way to go still and all the challenges in the statistical arena. I think the civil society and these associations were the very first, and they have marked the road for statistical offices. And I believe right now it's the official statistical offices that must incorporate this information, is its structural information within official statistics. And I'm saying so because this is what is going to allow us to compare countries. The document also shows methodological progress. It also shows progress regarding legislation and ways to address surveys. When we have exchanges, and in these fora like the statistical conference, we can coordinate efforts between the different countries. This allows that this incorporation in official statistics serves for a comparison between countries. And that's why it is so important for me for the information to start being incorporated officially at statistical offices. The civil society will then keep on establishing, setting the pace regarding other issues, how to move forward more speedily, how to keep on doing the analysis. But it's very important that official statistics incorporate throughout their working line all these gender issues. The document also shows the statistical innovations that have being carried out in the different countries. It allows for georeferencing. All statistical information nowadays needs to be able to be submitted by georeferencing it. And this allows it not only to have better information, but also it allows us to come close to the users. Very often statistics end up in databases that you need to be an expert to understand and read. And I believe it's a challenge for all the statistical agencies and offices. How do we manage for these statistics to be closer to us more and more every day? And all the georeferencing incorporation, the care maps, as we saw before, what does it allow us? It allows us to come closer to the users. Because statistics don't only have to be for experts, but for the society at large. And this allows, in this case, the issue is gender issues, and discriminations when it comes to gender issues. It allows to highlight them, to give more clarity about them in a way that we don't have to be an expert to understand them, but they're there, they're easily found. And I believe that communication is absolutely key. That's why the progress that needs to be made, and that's why all the work to be done by ECLAC with the geo portals that makes access to the information very easy, very user-friendly, because it's easy, it's visible, it's visual. And the Statistical Conference of the Americas have 11 working groups. And those groups is almost cross-cuts all the groups because it establishes the gender issue. And we have to define how to incorporate the gender issue, the gender perspective in our work. But I believe it's twice as important, that working group within the 11 working groups that we currently have. Interestingly enough, in the work, in the document, is intersectionality, a difficult word. But the thing is, an integral review of the information. How can we begin to break down the information by sex, by age, by race? So the fact that we have a greater division, a bit greater breakdown, allows us to be much more granular and specific in our analysis. It allows for greater specificity. I'm going to repeat myself, more granular, more specific. And this, in short, should at least end up in public policies or actions or decisions launched to solve specific questions, issues. Obviously, there's more general macro issues, but we also need to be able to address the specificities of each issue. Within the 23 countries that joined in the survey on use of time, in Argentina, that was done in 2021, we've only submitted the document. Prior to that, we've heard about it in the different fora, but there was a fundamental pillar referring to the coordination of countries, and that's the methodological coordination. Same concepts, but this ends up in the development of Cautal, which is the different activities. And this seems very statistical, right? But you know what? It will allow us later on to compare data. And when we're talking about a concept throughout the region, it's good to know that we're all talking about the same things. So we can do this regionally or per country, or we can start doing it country-wise and then go regional. And it's much more granular because it covers the whole territory. But the cooperation between the different statistical offices is very important precisely to address the different issues. I mean, there's still a long way to go, but when we're talking about the efforts we need to make, continue on this road, showing so much progress, and the document shows all the progress made in recent years. I think the survey on the use of time, we haven't made the most of it, really used its whole potential. I think we need to keep on working at it there. I think we've moved to another stage, and this is the stage when we understand the importance of this kind of a survey. Now we have to make a bit more progress on how we use it. Anna listed it as something new and something good. So you see 5 countries are using satellite accounts for unpaid work. It's good that the progress was made, but we still have a long way to go. To think that of the 23 countries, only 5 have included the survey on time use is self-explanatory about the development we need to move ahead of the long way we have to go. I mean, only these countries. I mean, it's good that we have them, but it's still a lot that has to be done for countries to start valuing. Fortunately, the UN at international fora, the statistical UN fora have started to address how do we incorporate domestic accounts. As you know, the domestic accounts have standard handbooks. This is done worldwide. There's a big debate worldwide. And soon, the next manuals will incorporate these issues. That's wonderful. That's very good news. But I believe as a region, we still keep having to keep on making progress. There's a gender perspective subject. There's the inclusion of gender statistics. We're pioneers there. And it's a wonderful example worldwide that shows the enormous progress that has been made, despite the long way that we still have to walk. But I believe the region has to keep pushing forward, demanding this to be incorporated more and more in the worldwide scene. I think we still need to look into some issues and indicators, such as how little time there is, or how can we incorporate the concept of the diamond of care? How can we put this in perspective? But all this debate and cooperation between the statistical offices, it's all fundamental. And this is why the Statistical Conference of the Americas and jointly with the gender division of the Regional Conference on Women, I think it's all absolutely central. The big challenge ahead of us, and I keep repeating myself, right? I keep talking about statistics all the time. It's like a Freudian slip. But after all, the statistical offices have to face the challenge of the challenge of registering all this information. If we want a speedier update, a more sort of online update, we need to work on or with administrative registers. Time use surveys are difficult, certainly not to be launched every year. It will be at least every 2 or 4 years, and they're very expensive. The administrative records is where we can find a solution. How was it to update information almost permanently or online? That doesn't mean that the time use surveys need to disappear, but rather that we have to work and find a way of combining structural surveys with the registers of time use. And there's still a long way to go with administrative registers. In many countries, Argentina, one of them, we've held surveys on gender violence. For us, for instance, Aldo is one of these examples, but this still needs a long way to go, a lot of development. They're based on telephone calls very often to emergency numbers. And to use this and transform it into robust statistics, long-term, that you can follow up on, there's still a long way to go. And what is absolutely key and central is the articulation with other agencies, where the judiciary, with whom we can work with the statistical offices at how to put together these administrative records and how these administrative records may be accessed by the statistical office. This will allow us to have more robust statistics, more comparable in time, that will allow us to have an almost online system about the different issues. For the use of administrative registers, it's very important the methodological discussion we need to hold with the CEA and the offices of each country regarding these concepts and how are these registers put together and how do we care for these data? Because when we're talking in this case, such as about judicial issues, it's all very sensitive information. And you need to protect that information. You need to look out for it. And this has to do with the governance of the data. How do we organize data? This is absolutely central for the anonymity or care of the data. Doesn't prevent us from moving on and availing ourselves of information, which is what will allow the different government areas and civil society to establish the path as to which are the actions to be followed. I think I've overstepped myself. I think this is too much time. So you know what? I'm going to thank you once more for your invitation. For me, as I say, it's a pleasure to be here with you at this room. But as chair of the statistical conference, let me tell you, our doors are open to work together in my individual capacity as a member of the National Census and Statistics Institute of Argentina. Let me tell you, our doors are also open. We want to see how we can work together. A big progress was made, but there's still a long way to go. So thank you very much. And here I am.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Marco, for contextualizing this and expressing your willingness to continue working together. We will now give the floor to Dr. Nadine Gassman. She's the president of the National Women's Institute of Mexico. Nadine is a Mexican physician, a feminist activist, and tireless advocate for the human rights of people and vulnerable populations with an intersectional, intercultural approach. She holds a PhD in public health from Johns Hopkins University and a teacher of public health at Harvard. She has great experience in the public, private sectors, academia, in civil society, and in international organizations. She's held positions in planning, design, execution, monitoring, and evaluation of public policies, programs, and projects regarding gender equality, economic empowerment, political empowerment of women, and in addressing violence against women mainstreaming of the gender perspective and social inclusion of vulnerable groups, and in public health and promotion of sexual and reproductive health. Her background includes work in the field, and she has authored over 20 specialized publications addressing human rights related topics and also topics regarding the promotion and advocacy for women's rights and for girls too, regarding health policies. She is currently the head of the National Women's Institute in Mexico, where she has achieved specific outcomes to move forward in gender equality and the full enjoyment of all women's rights in her country. She also promotes specific efforts to prevent violence against girls, adolescents, and women. And she works with the national care system. She has a long-standing career, not only in advocating for human rights, but also in research and production of information, contributing to the design and implementation of public policies. Thank you very much and welcome. Thank you very much, Clemencia, for this introduction. It's a great pleasure to be on this panel. It's great to be able to talk about this publication. I mean, the title for somebody that's disruptive was Great Breaking the Statistical Science to Achieve Gender Equality by 2030. I want to greet you all very affectionately and particularly congratulate ECLAC and Ana Westmes for this publication. It's a challenge to reflect on a document that is being presented as an X-ray of the current statistical production with a gender approach in Latin America and the Caribbean. The sectors that have been key making progress in this field and pending challenges, the National Women's Institute and the Mexican government would like to commend ECLAC for drafting this document. Each page is another step forward in the process of building that requires political conviction to move forward with more and best data so as to make informed decisions. Something we always say is that Mexico went to Beijing with a book. Mexican women carried out a statistical balance at the end of, or stock taking at the end of the 20th century when the regional movement in gender statistics arose in the continent, and this is explicitly set forth in the Beijing platform, that need of building gender statistics under Objective H3. I think it's very important to recall this because this book, this movement, all what we are doing is or stems from the first conference in Havana, where this topic was considered a core one. And a specific element of this joint work carried out in the region are the 23 editions of the Meeting on Gender Statistics, whose discussion and coordination has allowed to identify new requirements for information and generate agreements for exchanging data and having coordination mechanisms of the national statistics systems. The commitment of INDEC and Mexico, of the National Women's Institute, and at the time UNIFEM and now UN Women and ECLAC have led us to where we are now, having all these instruments to understand inequalities, analyze them, and make decisions. A month ago in the city of Aguascalientes, we held the 23rd international meeting under the slogan, Care at the Heart of Development, Opportunities and Statistical Challenges, where we discuss progress made and challenges for a care society, the impact on sustainable development of care needs, and the production and use of data. For the first time, we sought to establish a bond between the 21st meeting of the Statistics Commission of the Americas, or Statistical Conference of the Americas, on the way to this regional conference to reaffirm the importance of moving towards a care society for a transformative, sustainable recovery with gender equality in the region. And I take this opportunity to tell you about the recent approval so that the National Survey on Time Use in Mexico be considered as information of national interest. This has been a big struggle, but this government has understood what we were aiming at. It's a tool that, together with the Occupation and Employment Survey, are the basis for estimating the satellite account for unpaid work in households. Just a few comments now on the document. It is essential to have timely information allowing us to make public policy decisions. And in this regard, this document is a benchmark so that the countries can recover from the pandemic, so that they move forward in implementing regional commitments with gender equality, and so that we innovate and implement initiatives allowing us to continue producing information in a sustained manner, information that is relevant, but as my colleague well said, at a lower cost, in a more timely manner, without sacrificing the gender approach in all this. As shown by the study, the pandemic showed us in different ways the care needs of persons and the impact on different environments that this kind of unpaid work has on women. The pandemic also showed us the need to generate immediate data and information so as to meet the health emergency. And it showed us that the capacity to produce and process data were not alike in all countries or in all institutions. One of the aspects disclosed by this document that many institutions have analyzed refers to the fact that women suffered or experienced the worst economic consequences after the pandemic. They lost their income and jobs that have not been recovered at the same pace as those of men. Besides, violence and precariousness of paid work were more serious in the case of women. I want to highlight 3 points with regard to the document. The first probably is the most important, telling us that information systems must support public policies, placing persons at the heart, and particularly women in all their diversities and intersectionalities. As the report well says, and I quote, national statistics systems must be capable of informing on the realities in the different groups that make up a country's population, particularly those historically marginalized, and provide visibility by comparing different categories. That gap in accessing rights and the fruit of the development process. My second point has to do with mainstreaming the gender perspective that must be framed within a sound and efficient interinstitutional cooperation. No doubt, institutional partnerships and horizontal cooperation have brought about synergies to move forward in gender statistics. Coordination and joint work among institutions that are users and producers of information have proven to provide good outcomes. My third point, and Anna said this, we need a regulatory framework that guides and provides sustainability to actions to strengthen the gender approach in producing statistical information. Statistical information systems from a gender approach entail the work of different stakeholders at different levels, so much so that they commit their resources and knowledge so as to provide data to allow us to make public policy decision-making in a more effective manner. And finally, one of the most relevant aspects in generating statistical data is related to citizen participation. Having institutions that build trust will allow us to share relevant data that are needed whilst the information systems are processed and consolidated. In that regard, monitoring, evaluation, and accountability are necessary for the information systems and for democracy, entailing a close relationship between the entities that produce and use data to make sure that the data indeed contributes to the design, monitoring, and evaluation of equality policies. At In Mujeres, we welcome this document and we trust that it will be a decisive instrument for building more and better agreements that are statistically and empirically based. So congrats, Anna Eclac, aiming at a better future for women in Latin America and the Caribbean. In Mexico, we commit ourselves to continue working hand in hand.
Bueno. Thank you very much for your comments. Marco, Nadine, both of you, thank you. And we want to thank you, Anna, and for all the team that put this document together. We people at the Ministry of Women, Gender and Diversity in Argentina will surely make use of it. And especially we've already identified gaps, challenges, things that we've assessed in this organization with a gender-based approach when we're looking at statistics that will be a roadmap and show, identify those issues that we need to work at and the importance of cooperation, but not a vacuum in cooperation, but rather how to get institutions to cooperate one with the other, the different agencies, that is, as institutes, and we have this expertise on this vision on diversity, and how can we articulate all this with our strategic allies to do a better job in this respect. So this being said, we are going to ask the different countries to take the floor if they wish to. I'm going to request the delegations to put up their signs so we can put together a list of speakers. And I would like to get the cooperation of the Secretariat, their support. And once the countries have taken the floor, we will have representative agencies, UNDP programs, and then we will give the floor to the civil society. Thank you very much. Let's begin by Honduras. Please take the floor. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, all of you. We want to congratulate in a very special way this panel that fills us with enthusiasm in a particular way. We are amidst a crucial issue And in one of my interventions, I said that the statistics as an issue was cross-cutting about all the issues that women have to suffer in the continent, worldwide, and that when statistics are there, and these statistics are a snapshot, an X-ray of what each country is living through, come on, the actions taken are actions with the highest level and degree of effectiveness. In the case of countries such as ours, the huge challenges the National Statistic Institute has, and ever since this government took off, we've been hand in hand pushing forward, in the first place, the construction of a process that will help us complete the first national survey of violence against women that are over 15 years old, something that had never happened. This was the first time. And we're doing this supported by the UNDP through Jose Segura. This is a wonderful opportunity that we believe will make a big contribution, especially in the case that we're active at, the first integral law on violence against women and girls. We don't have in Honduras an integral law against violence. This is a bill that was put together during 6 years with the involvement of women associations, and it is managed in the country, and all this project served as the background for the bill. It's not just the survey on time use, but other surveys that will help us, multiple statistics, multiple surveys that will help us meet the purpose and put into public policies affirmative actions of all the rights of women and gender equality. There are serious problems, serious issues, like we have a whole lot of observatories, and all of them produce different figures. That's an issue. That doesn't help. It doesn't help in the core task, which is, what was mentioned by the director of the Statistics Institute of Argentina. We need data establishing the right political effect, especially when we're looking at state issues where big decisions have to be made. For instance, when you look at funding, budgets, the legislative branch is the branch that establishes budgets. And if we give them wrong data, evidently, that will have a wrong impact on the decisions taken in a robust way that have to turn into affirmative actions regarding women and girls in this respect. I believe putting together a care system in our countries needs to go hand in hand with these efforts. For me, in particular, I'm going to make this into my job. The quick recap that Anna has expressed, this is good, Anna, because it helps us find our bearings regarding the main challenges we have ahead of us, but also regarding the progress that you've discovered in this exercise. True enough, there's some very interesting information here, and I love, as Nadine said, the name you've given the work, because statistics in itself is not the raw data. The statistics, each data, I say they're full of blood, the data. Hot, warm blood. Very, very warm. If anybody gets angry, what do they say? Oh, he's He's boiling, his blood is boiling. Can you imagine hot data, vibrant data, data awakening an administration, leading the government to make transforming decisions that will transform the society? I love this of breaking the silence. You can break the silence against structural violence, because this of putting away fake data is also violence against society. And the very institutions may have put data away and worked with fake data, such as saying that poverty is a data and it is actual and it's not. That's why I say reiteratedly, we'll start we'll begin walking a process with statistics activating the situation by the Statistical Institute with Eugenio Sosa, and he's our director, and we've worked hand in hand. And I believe from now on, you people and other issues that you may address with the Minister of Women of Argentina, with Mexico, the Dominican Republic, by networking with you, we also have to network with the institutions that are guiding institutions when we look at statistics, because in one way or the other, cross-cutting gender issue and breaking gender inequalities, it all uses statistical information that leads us to change. We cannot keep on feeding inequality. We cannot keep on being accomplices of this inequality that gets deeper and deeper. We have to engage, we have to commit to change that. And the cooperating agents present here, which have a strong presence in Honduras, we tell you, these initiatives are important. And let us go back to the country, having really committed to at least meet the goal, the target of starting up the first national survey on time use, which I believe is going to be a big contribution regarding this, about the care system, to put together a care system. Congratulations from the bottom of our heart to this panel. To me in particular, it's giving me a lot. You have no idea how significant it is for me. I'm a demographist, and I am very fond of statistics. I have them in great regard. I believe our job at the Secretariat of State for Women, you can't do it if we don't have living statistics that are alive. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honduras, for that intervention. Please remember the different delegates. You need to be brief, right? Because otherwise we won't be able to hear you all. And that's not fair. So you have to stick to the time allotted. And now it's Mexico. Thank you. Greetings to all the attendants, to the panel. And from Mexico and the National Statistical Census, we are fully convinced that the quality statistics are important, that this helps the development of nations, considering principles that are affordable, transparent, interdependence, as the INEGI objective states, which is what we have in Mexico. The document Breaking the Statistical Silence to Achieve Gender Equality is an in-depth review of progresses by the statistical institutes using the gender-based approach, and reiterates the commitment of economic, environmental, social statistics and Mexico fully agrees with this call where we will prioritize caring for people and sharing with ECLAC proposals made in this report, pointing out and identifying that statistics are necessary to uphold public policies for care. And let me point out that Mexico is fully interested in going on producing information with a gender-based approach in the statistics. Mexico is a pioneer and has, in one way or the other, always been ahead. And that's how any surveys of the time of use in 2019, as the next one is 2024, as Nadine said, this is a survey that has national interest. And since 2011, we've been registering the satellite account of household income. In 2022, we submitted results on the survey on sexual identity and gender, and also about violence against women. And besides, we are also considering being the first on something about the caregiving system, which we hope to put forward in the first semester of 2023, and which will help to provide pertinent statistical information to support Mexico and the Institute for Women in our national caring system. Knowing about the strength that the relationship with the statistical office has, and this is very good at an intense work, as we already said, in Aguascalientes, the gender meetings, intersectionality. We're fully convinced on the relevance of these statistics to put caregiving in the center. And besides, it's also important to point out that it's not just the statistical production, but rather we need to stress the gender-based statistics that need to be easily accessed by public policy decision makers to keep working on them interinstitutionally. To close, I'd like to say that whatever you do, if you don't measure, you can't analyze, you can't appreciate, you can't value, and thus you can't improve. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mexico. Now we recognize Venezuela. Thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. We wish to congratulate ECLAC for this document on breaking the statistical silence to achieve gender equality by 2030. Deepening in the discussion on care is an objective that most of us agree upon, recognizing this need as a structural challenge of gender inequality in the region. For Venezuela, statistics is an essential element for public policy formulation, their follow-up and assessment. Care is a priority for our political projects. And despite all progress made in our country, we are facing the great challenges of maintaining social protection because of coercive unilateral measures. In 2022, the Ministry of the People's Power for Gender Equality, we set up the Women's Registry, in which over 700,000 women participated in its initial phase. This registration system entails a permanent survey that has an incidence on public policies for women living in Venezuela or across the world. Many women suffer or experience xenophobia or misogyny in the countries in which they reside. This sets forth challenges in methodological, technical, and financial environments because of the complexity that a care system for life entails from intersectionality standpoint, entails creating information system to detail the outcomes of specific public policies according to the reality in each territory. Gender-based statistics is an interinstitutional effort that entails mainstreaming those variables that allow measuring sensitive matters regarding gender-based violence, just like progress in parity to take office in public positions and have positions in political parties, just like women's empowerment. That's why we are reactivating the Gender Statistics Committee together with the Statistics Institute and the People's Ministry, so as to establish technical and methodological parameters across all institutions in Venezuela, allowing to improve the measurements we require to formulate public policies with greater social pertinence. We wish to build more and better statistics for having indicators to make decisions contributing to ensure the SDGs. And for this, we have started up the Venezuelan Observatory on Women and the Statistical Laboratory for Gender Equality, an effort made by the Ministry for Women that has been supported by UN Women and UNDP Venezuela. We ratify our commitment to continue strengthening methodological strategies for updating our statistical information in gender. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos a Venezuela por su intervención.
Thank you very much, Venezuela, for that intervention. And now Argentina. Thank you very much. In principle, or I'd like to thank the chair, the speakers, my colleagues, ECLEC and UN Women. We're interested in Argentina. We're interested in starting some initiatives we're leading regarding the production of information, because though there's a lot of challenges, we'd also like to share in this space for cooperation all the findings that have meant progresses on strategic partnerships and using the contributions that are fundamental from the civil society. One of the aspects we would like to point out, highlight, and share is the information on gender-based violence, which is the national tool, a way to systematize gender-based violence put together by the ministry. And we would like to make it available to all provincial or local governments of our country. You know, our country is a federal country. This is a big effort to reach an agreement to standardize what we can share in this respect. This system allows to go deep down into the features of violence, the living conditions regarding income, caregiving responsibilities, and intersectionality to establish, besides the risk that these people are subject to. This was a cooperative effort. We put together this work with technical teams of provinces, of agencies, and today we have information covering over 300,000 people subject to violence. We'd also like to point out that this caregiving initiative that was mentioned before, we mentioned the federal map of caregiving. So a map on men and masculinity funded by Spotlight that allowed to geo-reference in different spaces when we've been working with men and to establish prevention points, preventing violence with its gender-based approach. We're making available information on 34,000 spaces for care that allows to visualize and systematize statistical data, as well as the intensive demand for care that as a state we need to rethink because there's a lot of gaps in this respect. Another interesting aspect that we wanted to share with you is an information system of access for transsexual people. This is a pioneer effort in the region. As you know, there's a trans law that has been passed in Argentina, and this information system was put together indoors by the ministry. This was a big effort and allowed us to put together a register of trans people requiring access to employment and allow them to talk to the demand, work demand. So to get them together, to establish the liaison, to be liaison. So this is very important for us. This was historically very vulnerable and it demands us to carry out a very important effort. We also wanted to mention the survey on the use of time put forward by Marco. We would like to thank that institute. We can work with them. We've been working on a system of indicators with the institute. that we do hope can be completed soon. And there, I'd like to mention some challenges, but very, very briefly, because I don't want to take too much time, but the responsibility of these efforts to make them sustainable. The guarantee of resources is no doubt an important effort and a challenge for the region that needs to be turned into a state policy, regardless of the administration. All administrative records, not just of the mechanisms, but all the ministries addressing these issues need to incorporate the gender and diversity perspective. In Argentina, we still have a national census on gender-based violence. And another important situation is the data production that is not binarily cross-cut, but that we need to incorporate the actual diversity perspective in all the production of data. It is also fundamental to survey poverty and how there's an impact on the rights of women, and EMAS, looking at how the household revenue is distributed, and to close, to think of the interrelation of discrimination factors and barriers to access rights. That's also something that we need to consider when we're looking into the production of information. Feminism demands that this same situation needs to be incorporated in the data production, in the dissemination and use. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos.
We thank the delegate of Argentina and recognize Paraguay.
Gracias una vez más.
I wish to thank ECLAC, the presiding officers and authorities of Argentina for welcoming us here. And we want to share what we do at the Ministry for Women in Paraguay. We really welcome this document at the ministry, and we want to once again commend ECLAC. It really honors the name it has, that of breaking statistical silence, because it shows us data and an analysis on gender statistics that not only gives us a better overview of the situation of women in the region, but it's also a basis for the design of substantive public policies towards gender equality between men and women. In this context, I'd like to say that our institution coordinates the implementation of the 4th National Equality Plan linked to sector-based plans and SDGs and our 2030 agenda that we all share at the regional level. Along these same lines as to our institutional strengthening, we created an observatory at the Ministry for Women, which is an official instance for monitoring and researching into violence against women, to advocate for public policy so they're more efficient in eradicating violence against women. Today, thanks to this observatory, well, regretfully, indeed, we must say that by September, we had 32 cases of femicides compared to 35 last year. These are figures we don't like to see, but we are working on the subject. And we also realize that the participation of the 3 institutions that support us out in the territory has helped us to serve over 6,600 women, and we've provided over 16,000 services. So this allows us to design these public policies guided by the Ministry for Women, so that we can indeed reach out to women who in our case are half of the population. As this document says, we are convinced that statistics sensitive to differentiated need of women are an essential element so as to have accurate public policies. The institution has contributed to the gender statistics mapping 2021-25. One of the purposes is to strengthen the gender approach in statistical production processes from the censuses and then have administrative registries so as to narrow data gaps and innovate and harness interinstitutional and training spaces so as to generate better gender statistics. This strategy becomes a relevant analysis instrument showing the main disadvantages of women so that institutional actions may meet their real needs and thus diminish inequality gaps and ensure full enjoyment of rights. We also have a use of time survey that was carried out in 2016 and was used as a great basis for the policy that we are currently building for the bill that we sent to the lower house last year. And in the other countries, that burden of paid and unpaid work is different like in ours. And currently, as I said, we are building the care plan with other 3 public institutions, and we are now carrying out the second survey on the use of time, allowing us to know where women stand nowadays and the impact on our society. I'd like to mention that yesterday, after 10 years, we carried out the National Household and Population Census in Paraguay. The questionnaire had already been prepared to characterize the population and know the level of dependency of people in households. This is essential data for building efficient and effective care policies. And to conclude, I'd like to mention that statistical data from a gender approach are nowadays a fundamental tool to provide visibility to the true situation of women vis-a-vis men and the value that we attach to differentiated needs of women, because you can only appraise what you measure. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Paraguay.
Thank you very much, Paraguay, for that. And now the delegate from Colombia can take the floor.
Muchas gracias. Desde la Consejería Presidencial.
Thank you very much. I'm from the Presidential Office for Women of the Colombian administration. And the first thing, we would like to congratulate you for this paper, which allows us to move on putting together fundamental data for the integral caregiving systems. Indeed, to break the statistical silence is fundamental to be able to achieve a care society. As our Councillor Clemencia Carabalí, who's the moderator of the panel, has already said, compilating information of historically discriminated and vulnerable sectors is a priority for the Colombian administration and a must regarding statistical justice, because as we say at home, if you don't count it, it doesn't exist in public policy. And that is why we consider that one of the priorities of this conference should be generate commitments at compiling data that need to be with a gender approach, intersectional, intercultural. We recognize that generating broken down information is not easy for many countries in our region, including Colombia, that we still have a historical debt with lots of sectors that were historically vulneralized. Some of the challenges we have to overcome is to manage to go as far as scattered rural areas, challenges as to the generation of confidence and trust in these sectors of the population that don't rely on states and don't like us to compile statistical information on them. We also have challenges regarding making our officials sensitive and recognizing the need to break down these data on a gender and intersectional and intercultural approach. And that is why it is so important for us to have specific commitments, for instance, as to the allocation of resources to these statistics. In the Office for Women Equity, we've been working at the Colombian Observatory of Women since 2006 with the objective of supplying information and data on the situation of women at home, nationally, to guide our public policies upon decision-making. Right now, this observatory has 200 publications. It analyzed statistics regarding women's rights, and there's 48 indicators framed under 6 dimensions, which are demography and population, financial autonomy, sexual health and reproductive health, violence-free life, peace construction, and being able to make decisions freely. Our Department of Statistics has a survey on the use of time, which has allowed us to start building upon territorial caregiving systems and planning the construction of the national caregiving system. Since 2012, we've had a law demanding that the Statistics Office needs to account for the economic value that caregiving jobs generate in our economy, though we still have to make progress in this measurement in regards to our GDP. All this to say that we're permanently revising and trying to improve our indicators and measurement and to put together the national caregiving system.
Muchas gracias a la delegada de Colombia.
We thank the delegate of Colombia, and we recognize Peru. Good afternoon, everyone. Just like my predecessors, I'd like to thank you for this document and share with you a few of the actions carried out by the Peruvian government as to this intersectional approach, considered information disaggregated by sex to match it to other variables. In Peru, we have a law on equal opportunities between men and women that provides for the upgrading of the statistics system, including data disaggregated by sex, geographical area, ethnic group, disability, and age. And we have another law on the satellite account for the unpaid domestic work, which establishes that the National Institute for Statistics must carry out the use of time survey periodically, which will provide evidence to have care policies. The national policy on gender equality adopted in 2019 has provided for services such as the official statistics system with data by sex, geographical area, ethnic identification, disability, and age, among others. This mainstreamed intersectionality in the gender approach, on the other hand, as to promoting intersectoral work among the Statistics Institute and the Mechanism for the Advancement of Women in Peru, the Ministry for Women and Vulnerable Populations sets up strategic alliances with the IT statistics system so as to carry out the use of time survey. And within the gender equality policy, we work in coordination with INEI to have gender-based products in our survey. And then as to the information needs of civil society and academia, to include them in the formulation of public policies, I'd like to point out that for a decade and a half, through citizen participation, we have sought to democratize the relationship between the state and society as part of the streamlining process and institutionalization of the state. As to the document breaking the statistical silence to achieve gender equality by 2030, it's very timely for Peru because we have been implementing the national gender equality policy that promotes the gender approach and intersectionality in the national statistics system. In this way, the document is pertinent for the Peruvian state because it shows how important it is to measure data and disseminate surveys, among them that of use of time. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Perú.
Thank you, Peru. I just wanted to say we have until 5:30 for the intervention. So now we give UNFPA the floor. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Madam Chair, thank you very much for allowing me to take the floor. Greetings to and congratulations to ECLAC for organizing this conference and to all the agencies present. The Population Fund of the UN is happy to see that this document, Breaking the Statistical Silence to Achieve Gender Equality by 2030, has been put forward. We know that the caregiving agenda is closely connected with the development agenda in our region, with intergovernmental agreement, the most important one in this respect. The Montevideo Consensus on Development and Population, providing for priority actions to reach gender equality, the right to health, sexual rights, reproductive rights, and no discrimination and inclusion of the people that were left behind. We point out the importance of broken down statistical information in the surveys, administrative records, and especially censuses, now that many countries in the region are carrying out their population housing census, where questions such as self-identification are very important to establish and make visible the equality gaps and their impacts. As we know, data are fundamental to design integral caregiving politics that need to be pertinent culturally and have an intersectional approach that help overcome gender inequalities and structural discrimination. As we've identified, gender, race, class, age, in their intersection generates new ways of discrimination, which in the caregiving framework translate into more vulnerability of disabled, women that are disabled, migrants, indigenous, Afro-descendants, whose rights are impaired with informal contracts, precarious contracts where their work rights are not acknowledged. As the document says, to incorporate an intersectional approach necessarily means adaptations in the methodology for the instruments and the concepts, and this has to be done hand in hand with the different women organizations and their diversity. The pandemic had an impact on the region. The gender-based violence got worse. The overburden of caregiving jobs have had a big impact on the lives and the bodies of the women, girls, adolescents, the elderly adults, especially those that have to face multiple discriminations. That's why the broken down statistics is central for an adequate state-owned response that will contribute to close gender gaps in the current context. In our region, 1 of every 3 women is a victim or has been a victim of physical violence by a former partner or partner. 1 of every 5 girls is in a child marriage or is in an early union, and 5 to 10% of the women have been mothers before they reached 18. That's why it's important to move forward, recognizing sexual rights and reproductive rights as a fundamental condition of a caregiving agenda. We recognize that early parenthood generates a disproportionate burden of caregiving work on girls and adolescents, duplicating the number of hours of their peers, their single peers, and worsening the cycle of poverty and violence. To eradicate harmful practices and gender-based violence is a priority in the caregiving agenda. The hourly income of indigenous women are lower than those that are not indigenous, and it's much worse in the case of Afro-descendants, whose income is 4 points below those that are not Afro-descendants. These data are a big concern and need to be addressed urgently with integral policies such as the gender, intersectional, and anti-racist approach. The caregiving agenda needs to have an intergenerational approach though the demographic bond is still in place, we are moving towards demographic changes characterized by little fertility and a decrease in population. That's why we need to rethink the public caregiving systems as well as the health and social protection systems. We need to consider that the young people population today will have to face the caregiving crisis at the worst moment. And that's why it's very important to include in the decisions that affect their present and define their future. So they need to be included. On the other hand, it's necessary for information systems to break the statistical silence regarding women in all their lifespan with an intergenerational approach. Finally, UNFPA, together with the UN agencies and particularly in its partnership with ECLAC, has a priority commitment to keep on contributing actively to the generation of information, of statistical information, strengthening the information systems in the region, not just by means of census and service, but to use these administrative records in a territorialized way, allowing to make visible in a clearer way, this intersectionalities and use public policy evidence-based that will allow us to make important progress to achieve gender equality, non-discrimination without leaving anybody behind. Thank you very much.
We thank UNFPA. I remind you that we have to leave the room soon. So please be brief so that you can all take the floor. Now we give the floor to UNEP. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very moved to be here for the first time in such an important forum for the region. I thank ECLAC and UN Women for the impeccable organization of this conference in Argentina, for hosting us. I would like to very especially acknowledge all women leaders that are with us and that have traveled from all over our biodiverse Latin America and the Caribbean, and that try and take good care of our Mother Earth. I come from the coffee plantations in Colombia, and I know what it's like to have a bath in the river and look for water to cook and to clean the room. My mother married at the age of 16, and she has experienced all the inequality and barriers addressed here. So I'm very much connected and identified with all of you. And allow me to tell you that I admire you very much within the framework of this regional conference. I'm glad to hear there was a panel on care of the planet and this one on statistical silence. But unlike other dimensions in environmental care, very few figures have been provided. In gender matter, there are great information loopholes, but in gender and the environment, there's even a greater lack of information. Hearing the other panels, I wondered how to value and how can we calculate the time devoted to caring for the environment of women and girls, and how much unpaid work do they do in their environmental organizations as volunteers? How much do they devote? How much time do they devote to the victims of disasters? Just to give you a few examples, but I must say that regretfully, these costs and the time devoted that is still unknown will increase considerably as the triple planet crisis move forwards. It's a cascading crisis with climate change, loss of biodiversity, and more pollution and environmental degradation. At the UNEP Regional Office for Latin America and the Caribbean, we are trying to address some of these gender and environment gaps. For instance, in 2020, we supported the setting up and operation of a regional group on gender and the environment with the participation of the ministries of the environment from 20 countries to provide visibility to your important role, the role of women in the sustainable management of natural resources and in the protection of the environment. Within this group, recently, we finished mapping groups, and we identified 247 organizations and a series of successful stories in Latin American countries working to mainstream the gender approach in the different environmental matters. We also carried out an exploratory study on 10 gaps in gender and the environment, and we've included figures of how many women are related to the environmental sector, but we came across a barrier, very little information at the national level, and least still at Latin American and Caribbean level. There's very little gender-based environmental information. There's a statistical silence in the relationship of women and girls with the environment, and as to access, use of natural resources and how women and girls have been affected by pollution and degradation of ecosystems. As has been said in this forum, we need the commitment of those institutions responsible for national statistics, demographical statistics, but also mining, energy, fisheries, mechanisms for advancement of women, because the environment cuts across most of the fields of development. We need at least to start generating disaggregated national information broken down by sex. Finally, I'd like to inform you that on the 22nd and 23rd of November in Quito, we will be holding the first forum on advocates for environmental human rights, organized by the Escazú Agreement, the High Commissioner for Human Rights, ECLAC, UNDP. Within that forum, while I hope we can address the role of women and their problems as leaders in defending nature and life. At UNEP, we hope to continue pushing forward the role of women for sustainable development. Women leaders in Latin America and the Caribbean do not give in, defend our greatest wealth, which is natural and cultural biodiversity. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you, UNEP, and now FAO.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. Dear participants, greetings, warm greetings on behalf of FAO. It's a pleasure to be here at this regional conference, in particular this panel, stressing the need for statistical quality information, which is pertinent to strengthen development policies for the countries in the region. Rural women are transformation actors to face the challenge of increasing productivity in a sustainable way in our territories, building and turning into stakeholders for the planning and organization of their communities, actively contributed to prevent the degradation of natural resources and the loss of biodiversity. FAO identifies that we need to improve on our statistics regarding women in the rural areas, regarding the effects of the rural population due to the climate change and degradation of natural resources, form the 6th ethnical group and also an age group and a geographical zone. And we need to apply the methodology of all these statistical survey in the different countries for the gaps, the gender gaps, meeting the SDGs, in connection with the priority risks that affect the agricultural sector as a whole, as well as the identification of damages and losses in the sector. We want to encourage actions that have a real effect, such as reproductive inclusion, which needs to be gender-based, improving the quality and quantity of official statistics to be able to fight the gaps between men and women in their residence and capability of adaptation to the climate change, rural development, and their contribution to sustainable food systems between other initiatives. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias.
We thank FAO and now recognize IOM. Good afternoon, everyone. I also wish to commend ECLAC and Dr. Nadine Gassman for her comments. At IOM, we support initiative contributing to reduce the lack of data on gender and migration. The lack of data hinders the possibility of estimating contribution of migrant women to the economies of their countries of origin, transit, and destination. Through their contribution, migrant women through social remittances and economic remittances, and through their contributions as development agents, they are helping the economies by providing paid and unpaid care services, many times unpaid. Limitation of gender-sensitive and migration-sensitive data make challenges to identify adverse effects faced by migrant women and girls more difficult, such as gender-based violence, migration due to violence, trafficking in person, and smuggling of in persons. We welcome the fact that when talking about statistics regarding gender violence, we are called upon to join efforts. That's a case mentioned by our dear Anna Westmith, who is inviting us to address migration and the care chain in further depth. So we are aware that we must jointly promote innovative mechanisms for producing gender-sensitive migration data. We are also aware of the fact that we must produce more statistics providing visibility to the comprehensive care services rendered by migrant women with an intersectional and intercultural approach. The challenges we have addressed throughout this conference lead us to try and raise further awareness to humanize a piece of information that may reflect the reality of a migrant without considering that person's migratory status or gender. In this manner, we will be able to carry out more comprehensive actions for the protection, care of, and empowerment of migrant women and girls. The capacity of acting and leading as agents of change is defined in the Global Compact on Migration, and in its guiding principle, it says one should raise more awareness about data on migration. I would like to ratify that we still must work as a group to break the statistical silence, particularly on gender-based data for migrants. I mean, cross borders, not to leave migrant women behind, using or on the basis of the premise of vital information for the evolution of public policies. At IOM, we will continue committed to promoting the generation of gender-sensitive statistics data focused on migration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, OIM, and now UN Women. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. I know we don't have much time, but being UN Women, we didn't want to not congratulate the gender division team for submitting this paper, which is absolutely relevant for statistics on gender, and which no doubt will force us to make double efforts to strengthen the national statistics system. Let's break the silence, the statistical silence, by incorporating in a cross-cutting manner all the information sources and the gender perspective. This will be the only way that we have pertinent, relevant data, regular data, quality data that will allow to evidence the equitable and inequitable allocation of resources, the use of time, as well as violence against women. In the region that figures in the study, all the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean only have 44% of the data that we need to monitor the specific specificities of the gender within sustainable development. Despite many multi-sectoral efforts of the states, as we see, there still are gaps between the countries to produce gender statistics. But at UN Women, we also want to acknowledge, though these gaps are still here, at the same time, our region is a clear example, globally speaking, of a coordinated and sustained work when it comes to gender statistics. I don't need to remind you of this because Anna Nadeed said so. We've been working at this for the last 23 years in an articulate way, generating knowledge tools, methodological tools, and a statistical community that is robust, allowing this region to move on in a speedier way by learning from the best practices and also from the practices that are not so good that we've been able to share. If we don't have these dialogue spaces, we're lost. But precisely the information producers, like the National Statistics Office that were here today, may meet in these spaces and exchange their information with the mechanisms to allowing the women to advance. These are the producers and the users of information, and the information generated will have the capability of having an influence and guide public policies regarding equality. Today, more than ever, we need statistics and data to understand the human and social and economic effects of the crisis brought by COVID-19. And of course, all that has been seen during these conference days and the impact on the needs, the current and future needs regarding care. But I'd just like to conclude by saying that UN Women wants to reiterate its commitment to keep on contributing to this statistical community, to keep on being part, together with ECLEC, UN Women, in an articulated way, using Women Gout, the global program in some of the countries of the region, to foster and strengthen innovation in the way to produce and spread gender statistics. Last but not least, we want to mention that we want to keep supporting data generation and analysis, which will allow to make visible in the intersectional way these data. And I don't want to take too much time because intersectionality, interculturality and interuniversality of statistics is crucial to be able to review their diversity and analyze the inequality there is between men and women and to monitor the progress towards the SDGs. And this is daily formation, important for those that make the daily political decisions. I just wanted to say that we're working hand in hand with ECLEC, and let's go ahead and break the statistical silence. And always hand in hand with us, you can rely on UN Women.
Muchas gracias, Sonu.
Thank you, UN Women. I now recognize Clemencia Caravalli for a brief wrap-up. Just a second to reiterate the importance of each one of you as participants in this forum and say that your contributions, no doubt, are of utmost importance to continue building the region we wish to have and that we dream of. Another challenge, breaking the statistical silence to achieve gender equality by 2030. I embrace you all. Thank you.
Bueno, ya para concluir.
And to conclude, we thank you for all your comments, the comments made by delegations and agencies. My special thanks to Clemencia, Presidential Advisor for Women's Equity of Colombia, for having moderated this panel. And my special thanks to Nadine Gahman, Marco Lavagna, and of course, Ana Güemes, for having presented this key document for work into the future. I thank all those who have come to share the centrality of information production to guide our policies. At the ministry in Argentina, we say that without data, we are blind. So we understand all this is a key factor to generate more and better qualities on the way to having a care policy. Now I give the floor to the Secretariat for an announcement. Just to remind you that now, as from 6:15, we have side events, and tomorrow at 9:30, we resume the last session of this regional conference. Thank you very much.